Vamos a empezar un poco antes el día de hoy. Feliz lunes a todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana para todos los que vieron fútbol americano. Partidazos. Yo sé, habrá mucha gente que esté enojada porque cuando llegan los campeones que se quedan por un rato, todo el mundo se pone a llorar. Pero bueno, es parte de lo que a mí me gusta. A mí me gusta ver excelencia, por lo que Patrick Mahomes, hey, lo disfruto bastante, honestamente. Va a ser un Super Bowl buenísimo. Pero bueno, no estoy aquí para platicar de esto, estoy aquí para platicar de por qué está cayendo el mercado. Lo estamos viendo ahorita, justamente antes de que abra, vimos a Nvidia, mínimo premercado, una caída de 10% en una empresa de 3,000, básicamente 3 trillones de dólares, 3 trillones de dólares, 10% de eso. Es una locura, simplemente en valor perdido el día de hoy. Vamos a platicar del por qué, qué es lo que está pasando exactamente. Y algo me huele raro, honestamente, y no es que no me haya lavado los dientes, no tienen absolutamente nada que ver. Algo me huele raro por acá. Vamos a empezar con el principio. Uno, tuvimos este fin de semana el evento de Trump peleándose con el gobierno de Colombia, con Petro, el presidente de Colombia, porque había mandado 2 aviones y los rechazaron, llenos de inmigrantes ilegales. Lo rechazaron porque lo están deportando. Y cuando lo rechazó Colombia, Trump salió a decir, ok, le vamos a poner unas tarifas de 25% de emergencia a Colombia. Y de ahí Colombia se volteó y dijo, ok, ya no hay pedo, tranquilo, trae los aviones, te mandamos al avión presidencial también para recoger otros güeyes, bien, chido. Y entonces se volteó el güey de Colombia y dijo, ahora le vamos a poner sanciones a Estados Unidos. Ahora, mucha gente preocupada con esto. Lo de las sanciones, quiero clarificar esto para todo el mundo. Lo que Trump está proponiendo, para que, por si has estado viendo CNN, Fox o leyendo revistas, lo que Fox está proponiendo, y cuando está hablando de sanciones, no está hablando de iniciarlas instantáneamente, está hablando de iniciarlas progresivamente y también darle tiempo a todo el mundo para poder cambiar ¿cómo se dice? Ahora sí que de supplier, vendors, todo esto. Cuando yo hacía mochilas, por ejemplo, en China, Trump entró y dijo, vamos a ponerle tarifas a esto. ¿Qué fue lo que hicimos? Nos dio tiempo para poder brincar e irnos a Vietnam, porque Vietnam no calificaba para estas sanciones, para estas tarifas. Entonces, esto es lo que le da tiempo a todo el mundo para agarrar dónde estoy produciendo y me voy a llevar mi negocio. Nadie está diciendo que sea fácil. Nadie, nada es fácil, nada que valga la pena es fácil en este planeta, pero es más o menos lo que está buscando. Este tipo de sanciones de emergencia son otra cosa, son simplemente para poner la mano dura sobre la mesa y decirle a todo el mundo, güey, vas a hacer lo que te digo, lo vas a hacer. Y mucha gente está entradísima en esto, peleándose como si hubieran rivalidades acá, y acá lo tengo que decir. Me han visto quejarme de que Estados Unidos está yendo a la mierda todo el tiempo y todo el mundo hasta me ha dicho, si odias tanto a Estados Unidos, ¿por qué estás ahí? Porque este es el Estados Unidos que quiero. El Estados Unidos abusivo de su relación, el que usa sus poderes en contra de otros. No estoy diciendo en guerra, no estoy diciendo matar gente, pero en negociaciones. El Estados Unidos que se la saca y la tira en la mesa enfrente de todos ustedes y dice, ¿haces esto o me la voy a llevar a otro lado y no la vas a poder tocar? Ese es el Estados Unidos que todo el mundo conocemos. Ese es el Estados Unidos que éramos antes y es el Estados Unidos al que venimos. Ahora, habrá gente que no le gusta eso. Bien, no estoy diciendo que es para todos, pero para mí esto es el principio de lo que estamos buscando hacer en Estados Unidos. Entonces, cuando vienen este tipo de acciones, simplemente es para ponerlo sobre la mesa y decirle a todo el mundo, aquí estamos y vamos a hacer lo que estamos dispuestos a hacer y ustedes se la van a pelar si no y estamos dispuestos a sufrir. Ahora, ¿qué tantas exportaciones hay de Colombia a Estados Unidos y de Estados Unidos a Colombia? Será por verse, pero es bastante sencillo. El que tiene más dinero en cualquier negociación, esto es algo que me sorprende bastante, porque va a todos mis hermanos colombianos de, sí, prepárate. No, 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 no. Entiendo, China es el mejor del mundo, bla, bla. ¿Qué vas a hacer sin Estados Unidos? Y ellos se van a decir, ahora todo el mundo se está juntando con el BRICS y el BRICS. Entonces lo que quieres es ser controlado por China. Está bien. Esa es la cosa. A todo el mundo ya le metieron tanto miedo en la cabeza que China los va a controlar y los tiene amarrados a todos sus ciudadanos o no sé qué carajos, que todo el mundo prefiere, pues no, nos la vamos a tener que comer. Y además tu socio comercial que está aquí arriba, ¿no? Y no olvides, tu socio comercial que tiene todo, todo el almacén lleno de pistolas, tanques de guerra y solamente necesita una excusa para ir a decir, hey, ¿qué está haciendo tu gobierno con los terroristas? Porque ahora recuerden que los narcotraficantes son terroristas y eso le da puerta abierta a Estados Unidos a hacer todas las locuras y mamadas que quiera, como siempre. Pero una vez más, Estamos de vuelta haciendo, ¿cómo se dice? Negociando fuertemente con la gente y poniéndolo en la mesa y diciendo, esto es lo que es. Bien, este tipo de acciones obviamente hace que todo el mundo se ponga nervioso y esto podría ser algo que nos diga que el mercado está temblando, pero en realidad tampoco es para tanto. De nuevo, el déficit de comercial con Colombia no es algo que vaya a hacer que Nvidia desaparezca, ¿no? Sería una locura. No va a ser algo que vaya a hacer que Microsoft baje de precio. O sea, honestamente, no tiene nada que ver esto con lo que estamos viendo. Aquí también quiero abrir un paréntesis para todos ustedes. Esto es solamente una de las cosas que todo el mundo está pensando que puede pasar. La narrativa grande de por qué el mercado está bajando en este momento es la más estúpida que he visto en toda mi vida y es por eso que se me hace interesante. Y es por eso también, y aquí es donde está el paréntesis, que en este ciclo del mercado yo estoy fuera. Y se los he dicho ya varias veces. La razón por qué es no quiero esto. No quiero esta volatilidad, no quiero lidiar con esto, no quiero despertarme y ver que todo está 10% abajo, porque esto es lo que pasa cuando estás entrando en esos picos antes de una corrección. Eso es lo que yo pienso, simplemente no quiero estresarme, ¿no? Voy a vivir tranquilo y cuando esté listo para agarrar mis jugadas, lo haré, pero por ahorita solamente quiero tranquilidad y hacer trading. Es lo único que estoy buscando en este momento, porque esto es bastante común y sobre todo en una nueva presidencia, ¿no? Una nueva elección con nuevos resultados, con un nuevo partido político a cargo. Todo esto cambia y sobre todo con lo que habíamos dicho, porque Doge de verdad está cortando gastos. Ahora, no son trillones, no los está cortando millones acá, 1 billón, 2 billones por allá, etcétera, aunque también seguimos respaldando, por supuesto. Cortamos todo las ayudas internacionales, menos dos, muy importantes para nuestra nación. Egipto e Israel, por supuesto. No podemos dejarlos sin sus cohetes y que destruyan a todo el mundo de ese lado. Entonces no se preocupen. Pero de ahí en fuera, todas las demás se quedaron sin dinero. Todos. Y esto no es bueno para nuestra economía, porque de nuevo, estamos cortando gobierno, cortando gasto de gobierno. Cuando cortas gasto de gobierno, tienes que despedir a muchísima gente, porque lo único que ha hecho es un poco al estilo Pedro Sánchez, el gobierno de Biden, que es decir, que hay muchos empleados porque los han empleado en el gobierno. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa cuando pierdes todos esos nuevos empleos de gobierno? Pues tienes una crisis de empleo, ¿no? O sea, el desempleo se destapa al alza, no tienes de otra. Esto es sobre todo la razón por la que estoy fuera del mercado, porque estoy viendo la admiración que le tiene Elon Musk a Nayib Bukele y ahora a Milei, ¿no? Y estos güeyes que son invitados a, mama, ¿no? Ahorita ya la gente está hypeando Davos y van de vacaciones a Davos y hacen como el show de Davos. Es la cosa más tonta que he visto en mi vida. Porque no es como que están pasando cosas malvadas, ¿no? En Davos, no vas simplemente caminando en la calle y hay un güey diciendo, vamos a firmar el tratado de las vacunas para todo el mundo. O sea, no pasa nada de eso. Y para poder entrar, es como cuando iba yo a los festivales de cine, a mercados de cine. Hay uno que se llama AFM aquí en Estados Unidos, en California, y tomaba antes lugar en Santa Mónica. Creo que se lo llevaron a Las Vegas, no estoy ni siquiera seguro. Pero entras, todo el mundo puede entrar, todo el mundo puede entrar. Son solamente hoteles y un lugar, ¿no? En Santa Mónica, todo el mundo puede entrar. Pero ¿a quién conoces para ir a hablar de lo serio? Y esa es la cosa, ¿no? Puedes ir a reportar todo lo que quieras a Davos y hacerlo como este lugar. A lo que está llegando, oye, lo que le ha hecho YouTube a la gente, de verdad, les está destruyendo absolutamente toda la cabeza. En fin, no me voy a distraer más de eso. Davos. Del otro lado, ¿cuál es la preocupación grande ahorita? Inteligencia artificial de China, brother. Hay una cosa, hay un nuevo modelo chino que se llama DeepSeek. DeepSeek es un chat GPT chino, piénsalo así. Y la cosa que es impactante para todo el mundo es que DeepSeek, simplemente el modelo y crearlo. Ahora, esto es lo que dicen. Esto es lo que dicen. Les costó entre 6 y 10 millones de dólares, depende de dónde lo leas, la cantidad fluctúa. Y el problema de eso es que y también es abierto. Entonces, ponte tú lo que OpenAI estaba diseñado a hacer desde el principio. Estos tíos lo hicieron en vez de con miles de millones de dólares, con 6 a 10 millones de dólares. Los resultados son 97 cuando estás hablando de matemáticas, estás hablando de problemas a resolver, etcétera. Los resultados son altamente positivos, o sea, tienen un alto nivel de estar correctos. Y esto, según esto, está friqueando a todo el mundo y por eso están vendiendo sus empresas y sus puestas en inteligencia artificial. Díganme qué clase de sentido tiene eso. Hay empresas como Huawei que hacen 1,000 millones de cosas mejor que Apple y eso afecta al valor de Apple. No. Y eso que Huawei lo venden en muchísimos lados. Esta es la estupidez más grande que he leído en mi vida. Y yo sé, todo el mundo dice, no, pero es que si la inteligencia artificial de verdad es mucho más barata en China que lo es en Estados Unidos, están mal. Sí, todo, y ahorita vamos a platicar de lo que sigue antes de que les traiga a Farhan y Alex, pero también tenemos que enterarnos y entender una cosa. Todo esto de valor y de que, oh, es que China nos trae una mejor, pues China está baratísimo ahorita. Todas las empresas de China, todas hacen todo mejor que en Estados Unidos, todas. Todas hacen todo mucho más barato que en Estados Unidos, todas. La ropa, por ejemplo. Ellos crearon Temu y todas estas cosas, ¿no? Los vestiditos estos de moda que te pones por $5. Eso no ha quebrado a Estados Unidos. Eso no hace que voltemos y digamos, oye, los vestiditos de Temu están muy baratos, vamos a vender todas nuestras posiciones en LVMH. O sea, eso no pasa. Eso no pasa. No porque hay computadoras en China que están más mamonas que las de Estados Unidos, el mercado de Estados Unidos baja. Esto es una mentira gigantesca. Y es interesante, porque si esto sabemos que esta es una mentira y un juego grande en la cabeza de la gente, porque ahora me van a decir entonces, ¿no? A ver, Alejandro, si te están diciendo que todo lo que hizo Nvidia y todo esto vale menos, ¿qué vas a hacer? Vale menos solamente que tengamos ese modelo abierto de China. Si baneamos el modelo abierto de China, y ahora no estoy a favor de esto, pero es lo que hace Estados Unidos cuando tiene una amenaza económica, ¿no? Creo que todos lo vieron, casi lloraron en la calle todos cuando vieron que TikTok cerró por 12 horas. Estaba ya la gente muriéndose en la calle. Peor que con COVID, ¿eh? Peor, mucho peor. ¿Qué creen? O sea, que no podemos detener oye, simplemente tu acceso a la aplicación. Esta es la estupidez más grande. Y tenemos que preguntarnos, ¿por qué nos están mintiendo? Y ahora, antes de seguir con eso, quiero poner en la mesa otra cosa. Ha habido una narrativa gigantesca y lo que quiero con lo que les estoy a punto de decir es que empiecen a darse cuenta de cómo sale la historia, cómo la cuentan y cómo la ponen enfrente de nosotros. En todo, ¿ok? Quiero que se den cuenta de eso. Porque, uno, sabemos, los medios tradicionales, todos mienten, pero ahora todo el mundo entiende que los medios tradicionales mienten. Los mismos medios tradicionales están diciendo, tenemos que cambiar nuestra relación con o sea, ellos mismos están admitiendo que están en peligro. Al mismo tiempo están admitiendo todos que el nuevo paradigma son las redes sociales, como si hubieran salido de la nada, ¿no? Las redes sociales aparecieron el año pasado, aparentemente, y entonces ahí fue cuando CNN, Fox, todos se dieron cuenta que las redes sociales existían, no antes. Y es más, Kamala Harris dijo que perdió las elecciones porque no sabía usar redes sociales. ¡Oh! Verdaderamente loca esta situación de las nuevas redes sociales que llevan aquí 15 años. Una verdadera locura esta nueva innovación, ¿no? ¿A qué quiero llegar con esto? Te están vendiendo la idea ahora de que tomes tus noticias en X, que tomes tus noticias en Meta, que tomes tus noticias de otros, ¿no? Y está bien, se me hace completamente lo correcto y lo que tiene que pasar. ¿Cuál es el problema entonces, Alejandro? Si todo el mundo está a cargo de sus noticias y todo el mundo puede expandir su conocimiento aprendiendo de otros, que tú crees que lo que te está poniendo el algoritmo, que lo que te está poniendo Google cuando buscas algo, que lo que estás poniendo en ChatGPT es una respuesta que le daría a cualquier persona, una búsqueda que le daría a cualquier persona, estarías viendo videos y TikToks de cosas que le buscaría a cualquier persona, pero no es así. Ay, y esto, a quien lo quiera aprender y entender, es de verdad. No lo voy a entrar en detalles porque esto viene de gente muy potente. Entonces no quiero meterme en pedos. Pero hay empresas alrededor de todo el mundo que controlan el tráfico de Internet. Y ahora, esto no es algo rudimentario como en el pasado. No necesito hacer un video viral y ya. Controlan el Internet a una forma que pueden manipular absolutamente desde todo lo que entra en tu feed a todas las personas que estás viendo ahí, y también hacen operaciones donde traen a gente a ponerlas en podcast de gente que confías para poder asegurarse que ellos metan el mensaje que están buscando meter. Esto se los digo porque la historia que nos están vendiendo sin parar, es la que China de la nada es mejor que Estados Unidos. De que China, han visto, estoy seguro, han visto los videos todos en X o en TikTok de toda la gente que cuando banearon TikTok, todo el mundo abrió esa aplicación que se llama Red Note, ¿se acuerdan? Y esa aplicación que se llama Red Note hizo que todo el mundo se diera cuenta lo cabrón que está China comparado con nosotros. Nunca. La gente nunca había buscado nada de China. Cuando yo les decía, no, porque en el 2020 me mandó mi amigo Saudi en los videos de China y les dije, güey, no podemos competir con esto. O sea, China ya tiene ciudades que parecen del futuro en Estados Unidos. No podemos competir. No por ejemplo, las aerolíneas en Estados Unidos no valen menos porque China tiene trenes que van a 1000 kilómetros por hora. O sea, no hay una correlación en estas cosas. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que nos han estado tirando? Una, te empiezan a tirar y a poner enfrente, güey, es que ve China, están muy cabrones, güey, qué duros están, velos. Y ahora te traen que China puede hacer cosas con inteligencia artificial por 1/10 del precio y te están diciendo ellos mismos, oye, no, es que tenemos que reevaluar toda la tecnología. Aquí esto va a ser, y esto también, por cierto, cualquier genio puede decir esto, va a ser una mega oportunidad para comprar ahorita mega, ¿no? Mega, 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 mega. O es el principio del colapso y simplemente lo están vendiendo como, güey, es China. Es China, porque no tiene sentido. No tiene sentido alguno que de verdad estén poniéndose así. También la otra cosa que mucha gente dice que está causando este problema y este bajón en el mercado es el carry trade del yen de Japón, porque Japón tuvo que subir intereses me parece que 0.5% o al 5%. El problema y lo que tiene, para explicar rapidísimo esto para todo el mundo, la gente iba y se endeudaba en Japón porque te daban intereses negativos. Entonces te pagaban por prestarte dinero y agarrabas ese dinero y lo ponías en algo que te diera intereses positivos. Ponte tú una nota de tesorería de 11% como en México. Entonces, a dinero que te daban gratis, le sacabas un porcentaje y lo pagabas de vuelta. Mucha gente tiene que salirse de ese trade porque ahora el dinero cuesta y ya no pueden tener esos spreads, ya no tienen esas ganancias cuando lo hacen. Entonces, mucha gente dice que también esto es parte del carry trade. También eso tendría más sentido para mí. Eso duró 2 días la última vez. La bajada duró 2 días. Vamos a ver si esta bajada se da, continúa o no continúa, o qué exactamente va a pasar. Pero personalmente, ok, el palo de que sea por inteligencia artificial y que todo el mundo se dio cuenta de la nada, de la nada. Una noche se despertaron en la mañana y dijeron, ¡oh! China está cabrón. Entiendan que eso obviamente no es cierto. Tampoco que hayan hecho un modelo con 7 millones de dólares, eso tampoco es cierto. Ahora, no estoy diciendo que no, pero también Elon Musk acaba de poner enfrente de todo el mundo, ¿no? Un post donde dice, si creen que de verdad China hizo esto sin chips de Nvidia, etcétera, están locos. Lo que pasa es que no pueden admitir que tienen estos chipsets y que no pueden usar este dinero. Entonces, eso es, en total, eso se me hace una estupidez gigantesca. El agarrar y decir, nuestra industria está sobrevalorada porque tenemos un mercado de gente que no dejamos usar en nuestro propio mercado un mejor producto. O sea, es una estupidez, una estupidez. Esto o va a pasar rápido y nos vamos a ir para arriba y va a ser una levantada rápida, o esto es el principio de lo que estábamos viendo, lo que estamos platicando, de la desaceleración simplemente por el gasto público. Podría ser. Pero vamos a ver, vamos a jugarla y vamos a seguir tradeando todos estos niveles que están ricos, están fáciles, están tranquilos. Esto es lo que está pasando en el mundo y traen a todo el mundo como loco. Honestamente, me da mucha rabia me da mucha rabia ver lo que hacen. También entendamos una cosa. Si ustedes creen que el mercado cae potentemente porque todos nosotros, los imbéciles de nosotros, agarramos y abrimos nuestro noticiero, ¿no? X o lo que sea, porque ya no leemos, ya recuerden, los medios tradicionales ya se fueron. Si nosotros estamos viendo eso y decimos, entre nosotros, los ciudadanos, los retail investors, los inversores públicos, ¿no? Todos nos volteamos a ver y dijimos, güey, este modelo de China es mucho mejor que el de Estados Unidos. Deberíamos de vender todas nuestras posiciones. Y eso tiró el mercado, lo que lo ha tirado, no lo estoy viendo ahorita, pero lo que lo había tirado en el premercado. Entiendan, ¿quién mueve el mercado potentemente? ¿Quién? Los fondos grandes. 2% de toda la población en Estados Unidos tiene el 90% de las acciones. El punto 0,02% que es BlackRock y todos ellos tienen 80 de ese 90. O sea, ¿tú crees que Juanito Pérez, el tío Salo vendiendo en su aplicación de Robinhood? No, que no uso Robinhood, pero ¿crees que porque estoy vendiendo mis 1000 acciones de Tesla, ya con eso se va a caer el mercado? Nada. Esto es un movimiento agresivo grande de grandes instituciones haciéndolo y no lo están haciendo por inteligencia artificial de China, que es mejor que la nuestra, porque todo en China, en casi todo, es mejor que lo nuestro. Así que no es como que ahorita alguien se dio cuenta de esto una vez más. Entonces, solamente quería poner todo eso ahí. Yo creo que es una absoluta payasada todo lo que estamos viviendo en estos momentos. Pero ahora sí que vamos a tener que ver qué exactamente se da. Vamos a ver exactamente cómo juega esto. ¿Ustedes qué piensan? ¿Ustedes qué piensan que es, honestamente? Y de nuevo, que sea la inteligencia artificial me cuesta mucho trabajo entenderlo, pero ustedes díganme cómo lo ven. ¿Tienen alguna otra cosa que se me haya escapado, tal vez? ¿No? Porque si sí, díganme, por favor, estoy muy interesado en saber esto. Pero sin más ni más, les traigo a Alex y ahorita viene Farhan y vamos a empezar a hacer esto con Link, la empresa, como dice Julio. Vale, bien por ti, Julio. Bien llegado. Buenos días, buenos días. What's going on, my ninja?
Yo, how you doing, Alejandro?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Just watching all the AI drama unfold from last night. Something called DeepSeek, I believe. I've just been researching it a little bit.
So this is what I was just talking about to everyone, and this is what I was saying. So um, basically, we discovered, right? America discovered that China has AI that basically are models that we've made with billions of dollars. These motherfuckers made it for anywhere between $6 and $10 million. That's what they're saying. And this model is way better than ChatGPT and the current ChatGPT that we have. And they're not using any of the chipsets that we're using. They're using chipsets from the past. And therefore, the value of this company should pop the bubble in artificial intelligence in the United States, which is the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life, because we can just ban them. So why would that affect anything in the United States? We have Huawei, we have like all these things outside that we don't allow because they're way better than ours. Like even Chinese cars, they're way cheaper, they offer more. We just don't allow it here. So this whole idea that China is dropping the market is the biggest fucking piece of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. And also, they keep pushing that idea that, wait, China's way better than us now. It's like, did people just wake up literally this weekend and we're like, dude, have you checked out China? Crazy. Like, it's been like that for a long time. So,
it's a good point. It's a good point. So maybe this, downside move that we're seeing across the board possibly could be an opportunity. Who knows? Because, I mean, if the United States just bans them, then we're all back to business as usual. And, I mean, if the United States, it's a pretty big market. If we get, that's going to probably diminish their growth a little bit. So I also think that it could be complementary too. I don't know why it's like if this or that. It could also, I think it could be complementary. Competition's good. It's just like,
well, it could be, but we don't have that. Like what's like, we don't have Chinese phones. Not for, I know that they say that it's spy and all that stuff, but it's because Tim Cook and the Google guys have paid all of our beautiful congressmen to make sure that they're banned. And the story is they're evil, they're spying on you, right? Yeah. Like that's what everyone knows. What is the story behind the electric car, the Chinese electric car not being here? What's the problem? There's none. It's just like it's cheaper. It's better than all of our car makers, and he would bankrupt them. So Ford, GM, and all those guys have lobbied not to have those cars in here. So this is not like free competition at all. This is the biggest. This is the biggest bullshit. So now, what I'm thinking is this is going to be a great opportunity for us to buy into the market, like a great opportunity for us to buy the dip. Morning, sir. Or this is going to be like, this is the beginning of the roll. Like basically we're rolling down and we're just blaming it on that when we have, it could be the tariffs. It could be that they're cutting, basically spending money, right? Like they're cutting the government's budgets. They're not giving foreign aid to anybody except, thank God, Israel and Egypt. Thank God. They really need it. They really need it. And yeah, so it could be that, and we're just blaming China for being awesome. And oh, look at China now. I don't know. It's really gay.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at markets and we've been kind of cautious up here. So really moving forward, it will be actually interesting to see, because I've been wondering too, charts looking amazing. What could it be to actually bring us lower? Well, now this news is out. So we'll have to really see how markets digest. For me personally, I think this just is going to be a nothing burger. We'll see though, because even if it's like a big deal, we easily then because we know Trump and even Sam Altman are teaming up. So like essentially Trump's administration is going to want to push AI, and I can guarantee Trump's probably not going to want to compete with a Chinese company in America. So it's a good point.
That's 100% it. Like there was two things that both parties in the United States, which means the United States is looking for, right? Like there's two things that both parties had in common. One, AI. Kamala Harris came out and said, like, we're going to give AI everything that they need. So she was going to do it either way. And the other thing, Israel. No one, it's not up for debate. We got to save those guys for some reason and make sure that they can just flatten that territory over there for their own protection, of course. But those are the two things that we have in common. And are you telling me that in one of the highest priority things, because there's only two, in one of the highest priority things, we're just like, oh, we got to roll over and die, guys. We just can't compete with China. Get the fuck out of here. Like, get the fuck out of here. And especially when it's the US, like putting the news out, like China's way better than us at this. It goes also hand in hand with what we've been seeing, the phenomenon on X or on TikTok, when they banned TikTok and you saw the red note people coming out and going like, have you seen China? China's way more advanced now. I think I'd rather live in China. Like people just woke up one day and they just realized that's been going on for like a decade.
It's a good point. I was even thinking about that because just last week we had all this Chinese propaganda on TikTok talking about how amazing China is and how amazing Red Note is. And now we have this as well, right after Trump is wanting to team up with Sam Altman. Like, I just don't. I think the correlation is.
I forgot to.
Is interesting.
Sorry, you were saying the correlation?
It's just the timing. It's just funny, the timing of things. So, I mean, yeah. And also, too, when I'm reading that, the U.S. markets, free market have wiped almost $1 trillion out. It's just going to tie into what you're basically saying. I don't think the government's just going to roll over. U.S. companies are going to roll over and just take it like a good boy, even if it's just AI. I think, AI is a new industry. I think there's not too much, even like cars and things and phones. It's very different. But
yeah,
I mean, they ban
especially when you see the headlines of how much money the market is down. Usually that comes out right around the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like the scare tactics of all this shit. It's more like, and at the same time, it comes from the in Japan, they raise interest rates, so there's more liquidity running away from the Japanese yen, getting out of that trade, like the reverse carry, like the famous reverse carry trade, which, by the way, happens with every single country different ways. That could be just like last time that we had that, it lasted like 2 days or 3 days.
Are they still negative?
No, they're positive now.
Are they really?
But that's the problem. That's why you want to fly away, leave your Japan fucking stocks and your bonds and your loans, because now there's no margin for you to make.
Now I gotta cash out on all my loans on my Dragon Ball Z figurines.
That's right. It's about that time. All right, let's get fucking started with this. We got the first one is Link, and that's a company, not Link as in crypto.
Oh, wow.
L-I-N-K, and then
Well, whoever requested for that, like, no judgment if you are, but are you gay?
Julio, why? What's Link?
I have no
Because
idea.
they picked the stock when they could have picked the company. I mean, the crypto.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Maybe they're just a boomer.
I heard that Rivian is about to announce their own self-driving platform.
I mean, they announced it. They're gonna show it later this year, and then they're gonna deploy it 2026. I think it's what they're saying. So
I bet it's not even half as good as autopilot.
you just can't compare just based on how much training those Teslas have, right? Like how many miles they like.
There's
So you
probably
just
at least 1 million autopilot cars now on the roads. Get the fuck down there, bud. He's about to knock this router over. Get down,
Alex.
Get down.
Who's sharing their screen? Who's doing Linky Stink?
This little fucking shit rat. Let me switch my trading view on.
I'm gonna put it in the bathroom.
And then after we have Bitcoin, so we can get back to regular programming.
All right, let me share my screen real quick.
Let's see the Linky.
Stinky Linky. Although this one might not be as stinky because it's a real stock.
Exactly. I even have one of these already made because it's for the crypto. Oh, Melania. I see you're buying classy assets. I see you're buying what are they called?
I'm buying
Bitcoin,
blue chips.
Blue chips.
I'm only buying blue chips.
By the way, I went to eat to this Persian restaurant, and the waiter's like, Alejandro, did you buy Trump? I bought Trump at 12. I'm like, how do you, when did you sell? He goes at 62. I was like, good job,
Holy
dude.
shit.
Yeah. I was like, good job, dude. That's awesome. And I look at him and I go, did you buy Melania? And he goes, I did. And I'm like, well, how'd you do on that? He goes, let's just say I came out even.
Yeah. I think Melania was the trap for the normies who made money on Trump.
Exactly. Yeah, because all these people printed on Trump, and I'm seeing all these like very depressing posts. People talking about the end of their route basically in life because they aped into Melania and lost all their money after making life-changing money.
You gotta be some special type of retard to put an amount of money that would change your life into one of these shit coins.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
People are like, "Oh my, people's lives are being ruined. My life saving is gone because I trusted Trump." Like, bro, you're a fucking idiot. That's the lightest way that I can put it.
This is your fault, buddy. Like, you can't blame others.
I have zero sympathy for any of those people.
Yeah, I think that whole thing is about to go away, where everybody used to blame everyone for like their bad decisions. It's just like, this is just a casino. It's like going and gambling in sports, losing, and then going like, it's the Chiefs' fault. They won.
100%.
I made that analogy a couple times. I'm like, so if Trump stole money from people that lost money on that coin, is everybody getting stolen from when they go to the Bellagio or the Wynn or the Cosmopolitan?
Yeah.
Are they getting stolen from when they sports gamble? Nobody forced these retards to put their money into that shit.
And into things like, I mean, it's the problem is, it's just like playing the lottery. This is literally the lottery effect.
And they should have seen how it would work because they already have a first-hand example of Trump's stock.
Yeah.
It'll pump and then it'll massively dump.
Yeah.
All right, let's start with Interlink Electronics, electronic technology, semiconductors.
And by the way, weird that with all this like downside, the dollar came down, the yields came down. Like, that makes no sense.
Hey, so Academy Bitcoin trade is in massive profits now. So bigly profits.
Nice.
Up by $4,000 from entry. Hey.
Good for everybody. Good for everybody there. Good job, boys.
Congratulations for everyone who had the balls to take the trade.
That's right.
All right. So on the quarter, do we have enough data for the 6 month? Sort of. So we are kind of technically at resistance both on the 6 month and the quarterly. Momentum is right on the edge or on the 6 month right now, just about to flip back up, where volatility is coming from literally 0%. If we can close over this 38.2%, that is going to confirm momentum to the upside along with volatility expansion. And the last time we ever had that was off the back of this move right here. And this was a pretty sizable move, considering if we take it from the bottom to the top of about 850%. God, that's a lot more than I expected. I was thinking somewhere around like 50 to 60%. Because it doesn't look like that much on here, but this is an 8.5x on price. We're getting the exact same setup here that we got back there. And notice over here as well, we got a rejection of the 38.2% the first time around, which we're getting exactly the same thing as right now as well. And the jewel is now starting to curve around just like it was doing back then, around from a white neutral to a light blue buy signal. But this time it didn't even curve into a sell. It just went straight from buy to neutral to now it's about to go back to buy again. Getting out of the bearish control zone. The last time the jewel ever exited the bearish control zone was over here. So let's draw with the vertical line what happened with price. Right there. That's literally off the back of this God candle. This was another 897, no, 1,132% to the upside after we got that signal that we have right now of the jewel curving back around and switching to a bicycle and breaking out of the bearish control zone. I wonder what the market cap of this shit is. My trading view doesn't tell me anymore. If anybody could Google it.
Let me see.
And if we break over this 38.2%, gives us a high probability, since volatility is coming from literally 0%, to take us somewhere around the 61.8%. And 61.8%, if you're ready for this right now, sits at about $19.24. That's more than a 2x from where we are right now. What's the market cap?
Are you ready? Take a guess.
300 million.
88.
88 million? Damn, I guess you're a white supremacist Nazi for saying 88.
Wow, how the fuck did we get there so fast?
Apparently 88 is a number for Nazis now.
God,
anybody who says the number
Nazi.
88, anybody who says the number 88 to accuse you of being a Nazi. Like
I get so many
for Nazism.
I get so many messages now on my Instagram every time I post my Cybertruck or anything. The Nazi mobile. I posted like the rockets from SpaceX, the Nazi airlines. It's like, dude.
Like, sir, you're mistaken. I posted a Tesla, not a Volkswagen.
Yeah. Everyone's so gay. It's crazy.
I think there was somebody in Congress who did that. I think it might have been AOC. That was like, I'm tired of my Nazi Tesla. I bought the Volkswagen EV. Like, congratulations.
Yeah,
congratulations. You just bought a car from the company literally started by Hitler. Not a euphemism for Hitler, the actual Hitler.
Oh, isn't it incredible? By the way, you can't, if you really just bought things because the person making them is great, you wouldn't be able to buy anything.
Yeah, because good people usually don't make good products.
They're busy being good.
It's like when BMW posted saying that we're no longer posting on X, and everybody started responding to them saying, "This you?" with pictures of BMW and the Nazi logo together. This you, bros?
Oh, it's so gay. I can't take it.
I'm converting my girlfriend over to the based ideology because every time that we see something gay, she's like, "Are they vegans?" Because I taught her that vegans are gay.
Great.
On the quarterly as well, we're brushing up right against that 38.2% resistance, sitting at $11.25. Momentum is now broken up to the upside on the quarterly, while volatility is supporting it. And once again, on the quarterly as well, the jewel is curving back around, switching from a sell to a white neutral signal. From here, very likely shifts into a light blue buy signal. That probably takes us somewhere around, once again, the 61.8% to the 88.3%. 61.8% right now sits at about $16.01, and the 88.3% is not even a number I'm comfortable saying because it's so fucking uncomfortably high. It's sitting at $40.25. But the 61.8%, even though seems a little ridiculous, that would be our minimum target if we get a break over the 38.2%. That's a 100% move almost to $16.01. And that would only be $166 million market cap, which is basically nothing.
Well, they just got and this is why it's weird, because they just got an award by NASA to develop air systems for air quality assessment, but they only got $150,000.
So $150,000 has now bumped up their market cap by several $1 million.
Yeah.
This type of shit doesn't make sense. Like how I mentioned the other time, The government is selling $2 billion of Bitcoin, so the market cap drops by 300 billion.
Man.
So, and on the monthly, we were getting a projection of the 88.3%. I don't want to scare anyone, but this is exactly where we find our last local top, right around the 88.3%. So we got to cross our fingers and hope that this time is different. Because last time around, we still have not reached that current top that we found at the 88.3%. Momentum is now within the bullish control zone, sitting at 83%. This thing likes to top out somewhere in the low 90s, so maybe we can get possibly one more push up. Seeming a little less likely now because of how high momentum is and where we are within the HPDR bands. Volatility sitting at 83%. Hopium, though, is the jewels curving back around within the bearish control zone, flipping around to a buy signal and about to exit the bearish control zone. Right here is basically the best sell signal you will ever get on the jewel. You see how they're literally all in one little spot before they all curve down together?
Mm-hmm.
The absolute god of sell signals. Let's put a little line right there and see what happened with price after we got that. Huh. I may seem like a shill for the jewel, but believe me, the jewel gave you
pretty
this.
good. Damn.
58% to the downside.
So it went down to $20.
Holy fucking shit. Which is why there's a reason whenever somebody has something that works, they don't sell it cheap.
Yeah. The price is $8.88 and he's not moving.
It must be a Nazi stock.
Or super good luck Chinese stock.
Oh yeah, because 8 is their lucky number, right?
Dude, if you buy a Pagani and you get like the 8th chassis, you're gonna be so rich, or the 88th, because any Chinese person will give you a fortune. Same thing with houses.
Should have hit up Horatio and be like, give me the number 8 Utopia.
Well, the thing is, he knows and he's aware of this, so he's
I
just
see.
doing those transactions himself.
If you want the number 8 one, you got to give me $20 million for it.
Yeah, straight up. It's kind of like that.
On the 2-week, we see this right here. 21 is right at the 55. One
Mhm.
more open, and we're gonna have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 2-week, and we're gonna confirm that as long as we're closing over $6.81, which we're a decent amount above right now. So very good chance that we get that silver cross. Last time we had a silver cross to the upside on the 2-week, it's right over here. Just out of curiosity, where did price go after we silver crossed? 354% to the upside. Not too bad. Only 354%. Trump did that in 35 seconds.
Every 2 seconds.
So if we do continue to get this rejection right here, which is a very nice place for rejection right at the 95%, and we very likely this confirms as a shooting star, and then we get a little bit of a pullback, silver cross is going to confirm. A lot of people are going to think this is the end of the rally because we couldn't sweep these highs right here, and we only went just below them, made a lower high, but it's actually kind of bullish that we didn't sweep these highs, because if you were to sweep these highs and made a shooting star, that would be extremely bearish. You would have taken the liquidity out from all of these previous zones and confirmed the lower high on a closing basis, and then you'd likely end up getting the Nagasaki setup. But the fact that we didn't sweep these highs, didn't take this liquidity, is actually kind of bullish, especially since we have the silver cross. Because then what's likely to happen is this 90 EMA is going to rise. We get that pullback, retest of that 90 EMA, perfect test of the silver cross, make a higher low after making a shifting downtrend to an uptrend, because you got a higher high from here. Now you got to get a higher low. End up getting that higher low right around the 9 EMA, somewhere between like maybe $7.16 to like $6.80. These ranges will step up, and then we send it upwards towards around like $12 to $13. Right now, what's going along with that is that the momentum is starting to shift down. On the 2-week, volatility shifting down, telling you whatever move to the downside we get, it's likely to be a corrective move. Then you look at the jewel. Jewel's giving you a fucking epic buy signal right here, where we're crossing out not only from the bearish control zone, but the critical zone, flipping back up. The pink is freshly crossing above the yellow, and we're making our way into the bullish control zone. This is not the most ideal buy signal you could ever get, but it's pretty fucking close to it. Pretty close to it. See if I can get it. It's basically the exact same as, very close to the same as that sell signal that I just showed you. Let's see if I can get a comparable buy signal. somewhere around here. Let's draw a line right there. Fuck. We always got to have one or two fucks whenever I'm trying to get into the settings of something.
One or two.
341% to the upside when we got a similar Joule signal as to we got right now.
Damn.
And these numbers, like I have to keep reminding myself, they're not that crazy because this is only $88 million.
Oh yeah, no, this can go like even to $1 billion. You can do a 10x chill. Actually, 12x. Oh, 11.
354%. No mames. Ay, Dios mío. We were in the Uber a couple of days ago, and the Uber driver was driving pretty crazy. So, but we never say anything to the Uber drivers because we're just always chill. We're just take it like the little bitches we are.
Of course.
But then my girlfriend tells me next time whenever somebody's driving badly, you can tell them, "Órale, cabrón, no llevas vacas."
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
You're not carrying cows, sir.
That's right.
Well, in my case, you may be, but
good job.
On the weekly, we're getting rejection right at that same place as the 2 week, right at the 97.5% and 95%. While momentum is getting to very extreme areas, sitting at 94%. 94% might not be that crazy for a crypto, but for a stock, that's insane to get to 94% on momentum and volatility. While the Joule is starting to somewhat turn to the side a little bit, not really losing its curvature just yet, but it's getting very close to the bearish control zone. And just like that previous sell signal that we had on the Joule on before, where we got a 58% move to the downside, look at this buy signal on the Joule. Absolutely fucking epic. Let's draw a vertical line right there. Literally the bottom of the candle before the massive breakout.
Damn.
224% to the upside. You know, to be honest, since I already have it, I think he should increase the price for the Joule.
It's incredible. I'm looking at just volatility setups whenever, like, the only time he got to extremes on red on the weekly or 2 weekly, it had a massive pump in 2020. And we're getting to that extreme again. And
the similar things happening to 2020 where Mr. Donald is promising to cut rates. He said if Powell doesn't agree with him on cutting rates, he's going to replace him.
I just the Federal Reserve doesn't control interest rates at the moment, right?
Yeah,
like they lowered them 3 times, but they went up.
The narrative is going to matter a lot, though. When people are like, he's forcing them to cut rates, might get a pretty quick spike to the upside, even if it reverses.
Yeah, fucking what a mess.
And the weekly has now already confirmed the silver cross. So I guess you could count this as the retest of the 9 EMA. This is one of those things where the price pumped up so much that it dragged the 9 EMA up to price action. If we do get another rejection right here, which it kind of looks like we are, very likely we get a rejection from the 97-95% because probabilities are so low in your favor to the upside. So if we do continue to get this rejection, I'd wait for this 78.6, or this 9 EMA to rise a little bit, or it could come down to right here because on the previous setup we were looking at for a retest of the 9 EMA, somewhere between $7.15 and about $6.80. And right now the 9 EMA sits at $7.13, right between that zone. So this is the area that I'd be looking for the area of maximum opportunity if you are bullish on this thing. Wouldn't touch this thing anywhere around the 97 to 95% unless you're shorting it, because then you would have probabilities heavily against you unless you're shorting it. Even though that's not really, I guess it is a pretty big move if you were to catch this to $7. That's about like more than 15%, closer to 20% of the downside. That's very tradable, I guess. So you would have probabilities to your favor right now if you were to short this. You put your stop loss a little bit kind of late to short this because your stop would be a little wide. Your stop would be sitting at $10.90, $2.30 above where we are right now. That would be the most logical thing to do in this scenario. Right, it's somewhere around $7.20. And then the next long area you should be looking for is a retest of this 9 EMA. Once you get the retest of that 9 EMA, very likely that these ranges step up because it's going to take a couple of candles for this pullback to play out. And then from there, the 9 EMA very likely is used as a spring because we have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the weekly and the 2 week. We're just about to confirm it. And that would also go along with momentum and volatility completely resetting, giving you enough more, like, I guess, legs in the system or juice in the system to continue back to the upside, where the jewel is very close to breaking into the critical zone. Have you seen all of the anti-nuclear energy propaganda in the UK?
No.
I saw a post yesterday because oh no, it's not UK, it's Canada. Where no, my bad, I'm retarded. It is the UK, where they were saying that one of the conservative guys was promising that nuclear energy would having so little waste that it could fit inside of a can of Coke. They're like, he's a liar. It would make this much nuclear energy to power the country for life. But really, he was saying it would take the amount of nuclear waste for one person for life to fill a Coke can. How much coal would one person burn in their lifetimes? Probably a lot more than one can of Coke.
Mountains. Yeah, mountains.
I wonder who's paying them to be anti-nuclear energy.
Well, they seem to want to destroy Europe, right? Like Europe is kind of cooked altogether with all their stupid policies against themselves. Like, no, like in a way, if you look at it from the outside and you didn't know that the US is doing this, you would just look at Europe and go like, they're destroying themselves through just blocking their own advances with these politics and these policies.
What's her name? Mrs. Autistic Greta got Germany to shut down all of their nuclear plants, and now they've shifted back to coal. Coal is much better, of course.
Dude, we destroyed their car industry. Destroyed it. And they still are like regulating against themselves. That like, what else do you need to know? Like that's why.
Mercedes is now shipping S-Class AMGs with 6-cylinder engines.
It's a real problem.
Who the fuck wants to buy that garbage?
Are they really?
Other than the Chinese, yep.
Oh, terrible.
They have 4-cylinder S-Classes.
I know that because they used to have like the S420s or some shit like that back then.
The whole point of an S-Class is that it's comfortable. 4-cylinder is not going to be comfortable.
No, it's horrendous.
People think, oh, I don't need that much horsepower. It's not about the horsepower. Rolls Royces have V12s and they're not for horsepower.
Smoothness.
On the 5-day, we're also getting a rejection right from that 95% zone. So this time frame is lining up as well. We have a fresh silver cross to the upside on the 5-day. I guess this could be considered a retest of the 5 EMA, the 9 EMA, but right now I would be looking for another one mainly because we're getting a rejection from the 95% on the HPDR. So you would have the statistical odds in your favor of very likely not continuation from here. And what happens whenever you get a pullback when you have a silver cross is the 9 EMA likes to be held as either a support or a massive spring to retest the current highs. The 2 days as well, getting a rejection from 97.5%, and we're getting followed through from this top candle. Whereas our 2-day silver crossed a long time ago. From the 2-day, I would be looking for, based off of this setup, projection of 97.5%, somewhere around a little bit lower than the 9 EMA because we do have a silver cross way longer, several candles ago. So I wouldn't be looking for the 9 EMA in this one. I'd be looking for the top of the 38.2%. Right now, the top of the 38.2% sits at right around $7.10. Very close to that $7.15 area. All of these different time frames are giving you that same exact general area to be looking for as our next major higher low area. The momentum is now shifting down along with volatility, and now the jewel is starting to curve back over from its buy signal to a neutral signal. And very soon, this is going to on this next open, most likely it's going to shift into a sell signal. What we want to see is us to retest this bottom of the bullish control zone, possibly deviate it. That would be the most like fuckery if we deviated the bullish control zone, went along to this yellow, started flipping back up from there, and that'd be right around that $7 zone. Then this thing plays really fucking nicely with the jewel. Maybe I need to add this to my watch list. You get so many of these jewel perfect setups on this thing. How much of a percent was this? October 21st until October 25th. So in 4 days, 117%. I think I need to add this shit stock into my watch list. Because this is along with the jewel, this is literally just free money. In 4 days, 117% on the stock is insane. On the daily, we're starting to get volatility contraction because we're below the moving average. We went to very extreme levels at around 98%. Momentum is contracting because we went to 98%. Volatility is now contracting after going to 98%. Should be looking for a pullback and a correction, which we are getting a correction right now. How much of a correction is this? 22% to the downside. So this stock is in traditional terms in a bear market now. CNBC would tell you it's in a bear market because it's down more than 20%. Then once it gets that retest of the silver cross, it then goes back to the upside. No more in a bear market now. We're in a bull market again. That was a very nice 3-week bear market. I hate how that they have that general ideology in CNBC. Drops this much, it's in a bear market. Drops this much, it's a correction. Goes up this much, it's in a bull market. What if we get a scam wick by 30%? Are we in a 5-minute bear market? Bear market should be identified by the trend, not how much price went up or down. Momentum is now within the bearish control zone on the 4-hour. Volatility is picked up to support it. The jewel's fucking yay. The jewel's curving back around to the downside. We have gotten the pink crossing below the yellow back here, so it's not as bad as if we would have gotten it over here. And we're about to lose the bullish control zone. What I'd like to see ideally is for us to quickly deviate below the bullish control zone, swipe these lows right here, come back down towards somewhere around the bearish control zone, flip back up from there, and that'd likely be somewhere around $7. And I'm only saying that because it fits my bias. Ding! I woke up this morning feeling absolutely miserable. Then I had some pretty strong coffee, and now I'm feeling great. Coffee is magic.
It's the fucking best until he makes you go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I texted you saying that I was dropping the father of all turtles at the pond. Oh, that's very nice. So on the 6-month, we've got a possible drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low on a fucking 6-month coming from 18% volatility. That's pretty massive. Last time we got a hidden bullish divergence was right here. And price went up 1,300% to the upside after the confirmed hidden bullish divergence.
Goddamn.
Wow. That
Did
was
you say 1,000%?
1,300%.
Oh boy.
1st of July 2013 until 2016. So 3 years. You got a little less than 3 years, so 2.5 years. 13x to the upside. I'd wait 3 years for 13x. Even though I'm one of the most impatient people you'll ever meet, I'll wait 3 years. 13x. This hidden bullish divergence will be confirmed as long as we're closing over $7.50. That would give us a target of hitting the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $21.50. You guys remember that 22 number from HBDR?
Yep.
That's fucking insane. And that would still technically be a lower high. We're making lower highs unless we the trend is still to the downside unless we close above $20.62. Close above $20.62, then shit probably gets real fun because then we're probably going somewhere around 60s. That's when this thing will actually get real explosive. And to be honest, if we confirm this hidden bullish divergence, since the market cap is so low, that's probably what happens. Is that this thing probably, because we got a 1,300% move from the upside to the upside from this last hidden bullish divergence. How much of a percent would this be to get towards 60? 600%? So less than half what it did last time?
Forget about your XRP.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Close your ears, Garlic House. Garlic bread is giving hopium on a stock. Quarterly already has the hidden bullish divergence confirmed. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Volatility expansion from about 9%, 8%. see the last time we ever had volatility expansion from anywhere this low. Not quite as low, but I'll draw a vertical line. This is also not as low. So one of them was on a massive pump, the other one was on a massive dump. 1,200% to the upside. 76% to the downside. Those are both pretty wild numbers. Imagine you got 100 pesos, then you got 24 pesos. But probabilities are that this one is going to be to the upside, because when we went down, we did it off of bearish divergence. Now we got multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion. Sheesh, this thing made I'm sorry to be Mr. Moon Boy right now, but this may actually go to $60.
Wow. You brought back your hopium.
Settle down, George. On the monthly, we have hit a regular bullish, 3 drives of regular bullish divergence confirmed. The jewel starting to curve back around within the bullish control zone, bearish control zone, starting to give you the buy signal. Saw a vertical line last time we got that bicycle within the bullish control zone. Right around here. Yeah, right there. That's literally off the fucking bottom, right before the. God, I seriously need to add this to my watch list. 925% to the upside when we got the same similar jewel signal as we. Yeah. I'm doing this right now. This is getting added to my watch list.
And he's down 10% today.
That's fucking insane how well this thing plays with the jewels. Two-week, nope, it's lower low, so no divergence. Nope. But hey, I mean, you got your hit bullish divergences on the monthly, the quarterly, and the 6 months. So what more do you need?
Yeah. Just be patient.
Nope. Every single time frame that has bearish divergence has already been invalidated. All right, so now the 4 hours is about to put in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. So about to be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of bearish divergence. If this does confirm, since we already losing the 9 EMA, it very likely comes back down to the 21, which is right around $7.95. But likely that area doesn't hold because that's not very a significant level. Probably comes a little bit lower wicks below towards around mid $7 to low $7. Also lines up with our HPDR number as well, which the edge of the bullish control zone is somewhere around 821, which would then be, since we would have lost our 21, probably go lower towards the neutral zone of the RSI. This number probably changes because it's going to take a couple of bars to play out. That number is at $6.57. I'd be looking somewhere around this 55 EMA while it rises, somewhere around this zone of like this previous deviation zone, about $7, maybe very high $6, but likely somewhere around like $7. Let's give it a range between $7.15 and $6.80. That way I'm right no matter what happens. And off the back of this bearish divergence, we're getting volatility contraction, which is very good for bulls to see. Ding! Oops, there's force of habit. I was about to type in USDT.
Of course.
On the quarterly, momentum is about to flip back up. 6 month, momentum is about to flip back up, reject the bearish control zone, and it's going to stay to the upside as long as we're above $5.46. And we have the lowest volatility we've ever had on the 6 month ever. $60, anyone?
Damn.
On the 3 month, we're about to flip back up. get out of the bearish control zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $7.38. No, this is low. Nope, no divergence. That'd be nice if we had some hidden bullish divergence on there too, but nope. Monthly, we had a little Hamas stood up right here and expanded to the downside, where we went down by about 70%. So I see 70% is the flavor of correction/crash for this thing.
Yeah,
between 70 and 80%.
This is like an altcoin.
Yeah, it crashes 70 to 80% and then pumps by over 1,000%.
It actually moves more than the crypto link, which is funny.
Oh yeah. It was way more.
So actually, whoever's trading this is more degenerate than someone trading crypto.
I take back my original accusation of gay. You're a giga Chad.
There you go. There you go, sir. Julio. Fuck yeah. Drop that big dick on that table, son. Well done.
I am intimidated by the size of Julio's schlong.
This chart was a dominance play. Nothing.
It was definitely a dominance play. He shit all over us. on the monthly, it failed to get a silver cross to the downside, and then reconfirmed the silver cross to the upside. Usually, whenever you get that, you get a pretty fucking massive move, because everybody's watching. Well, whoever's watching the 21 and the 55 are expecting this to cross to the downside, and it happens on the absolute bottom. And then whenever it crosses back up, usually you get a nice little move like you would with the fresh silver cross. And momentum is now exiting the critical zone and pointed up as, oh God, that pivot is so low. $3.75. That's bullish as fuck. This thing could drop 50% and it would still be pointed to the upside. Come on. 2 week is now about to enter into the critical zone. Derp of life right there. Jeez, that derp of life fired off right at the absolute bottom. How much of a percent?
Just like the jewel was made for this thing.
235% to the upside. And we're gonna enter into the critical zone and be pointed up as long as you're above 639. Yeah, that's why I added it to my watch list.
Yeah.
On the weekly, we're at 100% volatility, very likely to get volatility contraction, which goes along with the idea of the pullback because we're getting to very extreme levels on the HPDR. Momentum is rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as you're below $8.90. 5 day as well, very extreme volatility, very likely to get contraction from here, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 845. 2 day, 100% volatility, double extreme right here on volatility, rejecting the critical zone, and we're pointed down below 913. Hey, every single time frame is confirming my bias. Daily is just about to get volatility contraction from very high 90s, rejecting the critical zone, pointed down below 989. And 4 hour volatility contraction, confirmed already because we've dropped below the moving average and closed below it, rejecting the critical zone and pointed down below $8.98. So all of the high time frames are extremely fucking bullish on this thing. We have very likely going to confirm hidden bullish divergence on the 6 month. We already have hidden bullish divergence on the 3 month. We have 3 drives regular bullish divergence on the monthly. Our momentum pivot is sitting at 35 cents on the monthly. I mean $3.75 on the monthly. Yeah. So even if we were to drop 50%, we'd still be pointed up. Basically, every single time frame momentum is pointed up. What's giving me the idea of a pullback is that we're getting to the 95% and the 97.5% on the weekly and the 2 week on the HPDR, and we're getting a fresh silver cross. So what's very likely is that we pull back to retest the silver cross and have the HPDR ranges step up somewhere around $7.15, $6.80. But at that point, the higher time frames divergences would take over, and this thing will likely go somewhere around $12 first, and then from there to about the low to mid 20s. After low to mid 20s, all I have is $60.
My God. Just an now it's an $83 million company. Since you started to talk until now, it lost like 10% of its value. So,
Jesus.
Jim Cramer. But hey, I did say pullback first.
You did. All righty. We're doing Bitcoin. We're going to do the Bitcoin right after. It's going to be a great analysis.
Believe me, I've seen a lot of analysis. You see that Bill Gates was shitting on Elon today. He's talking about how Elon has too much control over politics and he should not have this much power. Like, bro, were you not doing the same thing for the past 30 years?
He's like, but I was hiding in the back. So no one saw me. That's the way to do it. You want people to trust you. Just don't tell them about your evil plans. Just hide. Do it. And then call everyone just a conspiracy theorist.
Fuck off, Bill Gates.
Exactly.
You know, Bill Gates used to be one of the most hated men in technology back during his prime.
Yeah, dude. I lived it when I was a young buck, and he was a mystery.
He's trying to change his. He spent the last 25 years, 30 years trying to clean his image by his whole guise of donating under his own foundation. Yeah,
which is just basically using his money to do whatever he wants,
and without taxes.
Yep.
He used to be one of the most predatory motherfuckers on the planet. He used to bully little companies out of existence.
Yeah. That's Uncle Bill. That's Uncle Bill. You might have missed it with your young age, but you got the gist of it, sir. All righty. Vamos a ver el link. Y discúlpenme que tenga acá mis barritas como en The Matrix. Este es un gráfico de 6 meses, que es lo que les quiero enseñar. Déjenme veo, le quito absolutamente los dibujos también a esto para que lo puedan ver. Ok, ahí está. Alto histórico de esta cosa, $115. Está cotizando en 8.44 en este momento. Es un market cap de 83.2 millones, no billones, 83 millones de dólares. Y esta cosa se mueve como un cripto. Es una locura, no es un cripto. Acá tenemos un poco de noticias. La última noticia que entró en enero 9, donde recibieron $150,000 de la NASA para desarrollar algo que suena como a filtros de aire acondicionado de aire. Así que interesante. Y podemos ver, estamos al día hoy bajos, abajo 10.67%. ¿Ok? Con eso, empezando el análisis de los 6 meses. Lo primero que vamos a notar es que estamos creando bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Lo pueden ver aquí abajo. Puedes ver esto, puedes ver esto y puedes ver esto. Eso es 1. Estás creando altos más altos en la tabla también, aunque obviamente aquí estamos en la vela de indecisión. Volatilidad está yendo al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla de 6 meses. Saben que nos encanta ver poner una alertita en el 15%. Vamos a poner una. No mames, se me había cerrado todo en la computadora acá, perdón. Voy a poner aquí una linita en el 15%. ¿Por qué no me sale esto? Qué tonto soy, tíos. Ok, tengo mi línea en el 15% y podemos ver, estamos yendo al nivel más bajo. Hay una posible divergencia alcista en esta temporalidad, así es, en 6 meses, en esta cosa, ¿ok? Para que lo puedan ver. Para los que están entrando apenas estamos fríos, esto es mi volatilidad, esto es lo que estoy usando como mi indicador de volatilidad, se llama BBWP. La parte de arriba es el 100%, la parte de abajo es el 0%, líneas rojas es volatilidad en extremo, nos quiere decir que ha estado en 100%, la línea de colores es volatilidad, la línea blanca es el promedio. Para nosotros, para que un setup sea bueno, tiene que venir de la parte más baja de volatilidad, que mientras más baja, pon tú en esta tabla, voy a tomarlo, si empieza aquí la volatilidad a despegar, pues sería el mejor setup de volatilidad que ha tenido esta tabla en toda su historia. Pero idealmente nos gusta cuando la volatilidad llega, hace esto, se mete al 15%, se queda por debajo tantito y luego despega a la alza, porque eso te da los mejores setups de volatilidad, sea a la alza o a la baja con el precio. Normalmente tienes que estar viendo qué está haciendo el precio, pero por ahora volatilidad contrayéndose al nivel más bajo de toda su historia. Ahora, entrando ya más cerca a esto, podemos ver justo lo que les estaba diciendo, donde estamos creando bajos más altos. Lo pueden ver acá, ¿no? Y digo, lo podría hacer así. Interesante. Pones acá, da igual. Solamente quiero ilustrar el punto de bajos más altos para todos ustedes que lo están viendo por acá. Y acá tuvimos este alto, luego hemos tenido estos, pero esto ya es un poco de esa indecisión que te está jugando, ¿no? Que para dónde va a ir esta cosa. Si va a ser de por abajo o para arriba, y ahí va a estar jugando probablemente en este ranguito. Ahora, eso dicho, esa es la de 6 meses. Vamos a la de 3 meses rápidamente. 3 meses, que es lo que podemos ver, un poco de lo mismo, con estos mínimos más altos. Tuvimos esta zona alta, vamos a ponerle acá, y podemos ver que volatilidad está expandiendo acá por encima del 15%, justamente como nos gusta. Vale, vamos a poner una línea vertical. No sé por qué dibujé otra de estas. Y pueden ver que la volatilidad está expandiendo con el precio en verde. Esto es potente porque además tienes divergencias alcistas y estás viendo que hay expansión de volatilidad cuando el precio está en verde. Eso es bastante alcista para el precio de esta cosa. Ahora, si la pongo en el HPDR acá, ¿tiene suficientes datos? Sí. Vemos que nos está rechazando la parte alta de la zona azul y justamente estamos por encima de la media y esta línea meme. La media está en 7.16, que es más o menos donde tengo mi línea meme ahora que nos acerquemos un poco más. Cierre de esta vela, todavía faltan 2 meses y 5 días. Nos gustaría que cerrara arriba de 11.25. Obviamente en estas temporalidades nunca lo tomo en cuenta. Es demasiado tiempo que tiene que pasar. Aquí es donde empezamos a ver un poco de dónde estamos parados. En la mensual, salimos de la zona azul, lo puedes ver acá perfectamente. Sales de la zona azul, tienes un cruce plateado activo, tienes el 21 por encima del 55, acá el 9, todos los promedios. La zona azul está aquí abajo, junto con la media que está aquí abajo, en 3.83. Ese es también, por cierto, el pivote en el precio en momentum. El momentum está apuntando para arriba, lo que nos dice que para que esto se vuelva bajista, tiene que bajar abajo de los 3.50, 3.80 y estamos muy por encima, estamos en 8.44 en esta tabla mensual. Lo que sí es que estamos llegando a extremos, estamos en el 88.3%, pero seguimos por encima del 76.6%, lo que nos sigue dando probabilidades de venir a visitar esta zona del 10.7%. Ahora, volatilidad acá no nos dice nada, está contrayendo, está por debajo del promedio después de haber tenido un setup de jamás a la alza. No, creo que este setup de jamás se dio a la baja. Espérame. Esta es la verdadera expansión de ese setup. Sí, este fue un setup de Nagasaki, no un setup de jamás, que se dio a la baja, volatilidad nula y luego ¡pum! Y esto fue en la mensual, por cierto. Es una locura esto. Esta acción también, para que tengan una idea, ¿vieron dónde dio el setup? Justamente acá. Es un 55% de ahí abajo, para abajo. A esta cosa le gusta caer 70% y le gusta subir entre 600 y 1.200%. Es una locura. 2 semanas. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, casi le pico a la de 2 meses. Y aquí pueden ver aún más. Llegamos casi a tocar el 95%. Estamos justamente entre el 78 y el 88%. Nos gustaría poder cerrar esto en 4 días y 6 horas acá para poder ver a dónde bajan los niveles y a dónde nos tocaría ir. Pero eso nos da una mejor posibilidad de continuar por los 9.20, aunque esta es una tabla de 2 semanas. Y en la tabla de 2 semanas también puedes ver una cosa por acá. Estás a punto de tener un Silver Cross a la alza. La última vez lo diste aquí a la baja y fue donde el precio fue de, ¿cuánto es esto? 4.70 a $3. Y ahora lo vas a tener a la alza justo en esta zona donde se están juntando todos los promedios. Ya saben que esta es la señal que me encanta. No están todos, el 9 está aquí arriba, pero cuando están todos apretados en un lugar y estás viendo expansión, eso es bastante, bastante bueno en esa dirección. Y lo estás viendo a la alza. Entonces, siguiente objetivo serían los 9.22, que también coincide casi con este alto de los 9.31 para poder barrerlo y continuar nuestra movida creando altos más altos, que aquí ya lo logramos. Ok. Semanal. Semanal, aquí ya pueden ver claramente, nuestro HPDR nos dice que solamente hay 3% de probabilidades de continuación desde acá arriba, que fue esto, y esta vela donde caímos, el rechazo que nos dio del 95%, solamente habían 5% de probabilidades de continuación a la alza. Nos está deteniendo esta línea meme, que está por encima del 88.3%, de poder cerrar por acá. Lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que esto quiera consolidar un poco en esta zona, tal vez. Y la razón por qué es por esto. Lo puedes ver lo en extremos que está y también tu volatilidad. Tu volatilidad está a punto de llegar al 100% también. Ahora, la última vez que la volatilidad hizo un 100% en la semanal fue antes de este subidón dongo. Pero también tuvo una bajada primero. Así que interesante, eso fue el 2020. Ok, nos vamos acercando un poco más. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días un poco de la misma historia. Vieron que nos rechazó el 95%. Estamos en el 88.3, cayendo al 78.6. Nos gustaría idealmente aguantar esta zona de los 8.26, $8. Eso nos empezaría a dar esa consolidación de precio que estamos esperando para dar continuación a los movimientos, pero creemos que tiene todavía más downside. Definitivamente no nos sorprendería ver el precio caer a más o menos esta zona donde está el 50% en los $7, o tal vez hasta la parte alta de la zona azul, que sea un rechazo por acá en la de 5 días, en los 6.58. 5 días. Volatilidad en extremos. Vamos a la diaria. En la diaria puedes ver, estás en el 97%, que es lo que te rechazó. Ya solamente te quedaban 2.5% de probabilidades de continuar. Aquí ya habías llegado al 100%. Así que esto tiene que simplemente consolidar. Voy a quitar el HPDR y simplemente dejar las notas sencillas. Estamos viendo esto en la diaria. ¿Qué es lo que nosotros creemos va a pasar? Creemos que esto va a consolidar más o menos por esta zona acá, crear tal vez un poco de formación de estas de que te engañan de que si va a subir o bajar. De aquí después romper hacia arriba, pero tenemos que esperar a que todos los niveles del HPDR empiecen a bajar y que la volatilidad nos dé la razón. Esto es muy alcista en muy altas temporalidades. Por ahora tiene cara de que la oportunidad grande que nos va a dar sería más o menos en la zona donde está el promedio del 21 o abajito justamente en los 6.97. Así que buenísima tabla esta. Muy buena tabla esta del link. Y también, por cierto, a todos ustedes, a quien guste, ¿no? No les voy a decir que no o que sí, pero a quien quiera caerle, cáiganle acá a nuestro Discord. Es completamente gratis. Si están aprendiendo, tenemos una comunidad brutal. Es súper fácil de navegar. Aquí a la izquierda tienes los análisis de Alex, el análisis de Farhan, tienes nuestro chat general donde todo el mundo está compartiendo preguntas, lo que necesiten. Tienen acá todas las tarjetas para ver cuánto está ganando. Hijo de perra. Este güey sigue ganando en Hondo como loco. Bien por ti, Vic.
But he made enough to buy us all condos.
Dude, it's crazy. Like, this dude is fucking getting all of the liquidity out of Hondo. I've never seen anything like that. Oh, wow.
He owes me a condo. It's verbally, what do you call it? Binding in California.
It's binding. Look at this.
Wow.
90x. Holy shit.
My respect, sir.
También tenemos cualquier cosa que necesiten en línea, pídanos tablas, tenemos testimoniales, si nos quieren dejar alguno nos lo apreciaríamos mucho, noticias, preguntas, etcétera. Cáiganle, es completamente gratis.
They really want to join this because you click on my page, I gave them a banger trade last night.
Así es, y también porque el tío Farhan les dio un excelente trade anoche. Aquí lo tenían, Bitcoin long, boom, entrada, profits, ahí lo tienen, absolutamente. Y aquí está, absolutamente gratis para todos ustedes. También pueden venir a darse una vuelta acá a Elite Trading Academy si quieren aprender ya un poco más. Les interesaría tomar nuestro curso que es $29.99. Es 1 hora 40 minutos, está en inglés y en español. Es el curso de estos tíos. Yo lo traduje a español. Y en una hora y 40 minutos, pues, no saber nada. Podrías, en cuanto acabes, vas a acabar entendiendo todo lo que acabamos de platicar. También acá tienen las sesiones en vivo, son 3 a la semana, 4 horas mínimo. Tenemos un día tenemos una sesión cada 2 semanas también de 4 horas para ustedes con cualquier cosa técnica y tienen acceso a la librería que tiene todo el curso desglosado y otros clips. También tienen nuestras alertas de trading por acá. Y el servicio completo en 55 por si les interesa. Pero si no, dense una vuelta al Discord. Discord es absolutamente gratis y con eso los voy a llevar a Bitcoin, damas y caballeros.
Nice. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Did
Let's jump right into
you
this.
hear that a new executive order was signed that Ja will now be banned? It's ha 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 from now on.
They fucking better not pass that. Get it, sir.
Yeah, so Bitcoin's actually quite interesting to me. We were waiting for this new weekly to open just to see engage where that median was, because that was a pretty big spot into last week. We rejected that, came down, but still holding above the $99,300 zone. This is the index, so for the mean line here, it's 99,600. Still above it, and it's still, in my opinion, bullish. We wanted though this median to actually move down, and it actually moved up. But still, we see on this new weekly candle, we actually talked about a scenario into this week. It seemed across the board, like markets to me at least for the beginning of this week, we talked about on Friday that a pullback seemed likely. Especially when you get a new weekly candle, this can often then just lead to major retests. On Bitcoin, we actually got that nice dump into the open. And so what that dump basically did is on the weekly, we perfectly retested the 38.2%. We were talking about also the scenario where we wanted that weekly EMA9 to keep moving up. Wanted to get as close as possible to our support line. That way it really can just solidify that this area that we're gauging is support, and it is supported more than just a mean line based on a wick high rejection, but rather a major moving average like the weekly EMA9. This entire bull market, the weekly EMA9 has just been a very good point to kind of gauge. You can see when we're under that weekly EMA9, which is represented by the blue line, generally lots of chopping down. When you're above it and you hold it as support, generally is a great sign, and you get those expansion. You get expansion from that point. We've been solidly holding that EMA9 on the weekly, and now what we want to update into this next week is we're actually getting a weekly volatility setup finally. So this is now contracted. We're under 15%. Just plays into the bullish consolidation scenario. For me now, as long as we hold above that weekly EMA9, but specifically to make it easier, as long as we don't break this essentially low we formed going into today, I think that happened last night. Bitcoin to me is going to look like it's going to start moving up and actually going towards that median on the index. That is right now currently at 112,437. So what we're going to want now is to see this 38.2% actually hold as support. And then from this point, we actually want to start seeing Bitcoin move up. That to me would then solidify that, yeah, this area here, right around where we usually gauge our higher lows on the weekly, this to me is looking nothing more than potentially a higher low on the weekly, something that we were kind of waiting for after we, last week made that all-time high on Bitcoin. And so bulls are going to really try to solidify this being the higher low, and it's a logical spot to do so. We shift gears on the 5-day. The 5-day actually looks very healthy. We see that the 5-day median actually prices reclaimed it, and it's still holding as support. Keep in mind, we've been under this 5-day median since it was lost back in December. So we've just been under this entire time. It's now really welcoming to see, okay, into last week, we actually busted through it, reclaimed it. And then this median, something again we wanted to see, move down, shift down closer to that 99,000 support zone. See, price actually perfectly rallied, dumped into that zone, and then rallied from it. To me, this looks very bullish, especially when you see that, yes, we just reclaimed it. Oftentimes, when you get reclaims, you often want to retest it to at least see if it's going to be support. Now, this candle's closing in 3 days, so we'll have to see where this goes. But this is kind of why I want to start seeing this low that was formed in the beginning of this morning, right around 97,700, actually hold. This then will look nothing more like a higher low, a perfect retest of the median while still holding the EMA9 on the 5-day. The 5-day is still giving us a volatility setup, but we know that we're going to see expansion here soon. We are now above the moving average into this week, a scenario that we were watching. So ideally now, to me, this is looking really geared up to actually see Bitcoin move. I mean, we perfectly, and this is what we were talking about oftentimes during these slow times where, just a lot of chop. There's not too much happening. Bitcoin's going up and down. It's not doing much. People are flip-flopping bias all the time. This time here is actually really important because this is what starts shifting things back in favor for bulls while also even making their case stronger when you start seeing, these weekly volatility setups contract after we had the expansion move, Bitcoin went parabolic, it went up. We had a nice dump, nice consolidation here, chop, but that basically led to another volatility setup on the weekly, while the 5-day is still brewing one. On top of it, the daily as well. So when you get this massive chop, it often is the best time to pay attention and watch very closely, because things will start shifting in this chart very slowly. And most people who aren't actually traders end up giving up or being, Bitcoin's doing nothing, it's boring, I'm just going to give up. But what we can see now is it's quickly shifting in favor of bulls very quickly. And we talked about that as long as we held that support zone. This support zone that we were in is basically range support at 91,150 on the index, resistance at 99,600. That was holding us down for a while. It's really welcoming to see support did what support should, busted us through. And then here we've just been basically holding. So now for me, it's looking like Bitcoin has done enough to actually gear up for a pretty massive move into February. As long as that median is holding, we see now the next target is right around that 111,700. So right around $112,000, which lines up nicely with our weekly level, right? The weekly median, which now for the past 2 weeks, even if it hasn't really sustained anything, that is still where we've been making our highs. So Bitcoin often does like to base off that weekly 9, and then from there move up and go up to the median. We've done that twice, this one just based on support. So for me now, I'd really want to start seeing this weekly move closer to that median. If we can reclaim that median, that's where really things become interesting for Bitcoin. Because while we have all these massive volatility setups, we potentially have a pretty strong monthly candle going into February, solidifying the bullish narrative into February. If this monthly median actually gets reclaimed, keep in mind, we've been under that for, let's see, lost it here in June, 3, 6. We're on the 7th month of this just being under this. We know that, generally when Bitcoin does, after a long period of time of being under this monthly median, bust through and actually break on, that is when we start moving up. This obviously led to chop, but once we lost it, that is just where the chop ensued. Yes, we can rally still, but really, in my opinion, the fun really does start when you actually start reclaiming that monthly median. And then expanding from it, especially when it's been held down from price. Really, the best example was this one in February, where even after it got reclaimed, Bitcoin still went up. That actually surprises me. 24%, 24.8%, just on that little pop, not even taking it from this point, which was at 46,000. A more obvious point is this: reclaim, retest. So now we have a logical point. And then at the very top, that led to a 270% move. So, this is going to be a pretty insane monthly candle, assuming bulls can close anywhere above 99,600, which again, I don't find that a coincidence. And now the median has shifted all the way down to this zone. For me now, if you start looking at where that next level could be on the index, we see once we pop above that monthly median, we often then go back up to the top of the 38.2%. We often do that, at least for this scenario here, assuming this doesn't shift down, which it very well could. That's at $163,000. If you go to the Binance chart here, you can see Bitcoin on the Binance chart is already pretty healthily above the median. And so going into next month, even if you're looking at the Binance chart, we're still above the monthly median, but still this hasn't changed. We're actually in the process of doing a monthly breakout now. We see that the monthly is about to close above the 38.2%. This is just solidifying to me that, we're just kind of in the pre-stages of breakout. And I do think that February is going to be a really good month for Bitcoin. Hopefully I don't get clipped and it's just the worst month for Bitcoin. But for what it is now, I was going into February in the inauguration, or going into this week, more on sitting on my hands. I kept talking about, I think it's wise to see how markets digest the inauguration, kind of see how they move forward into going into the next month. For me now, I was trying to be bearish, we trade a short, but I'll still say nothing on this chart is telling me to be bearish on Bitcoin. Really, bulls had that monthly shooting star occur but that got invalidated on that all-time high break. So for me now, I think it's wise to really be paying attention and just waiting to see where this monthly goes now, right? This is closing in 4 days. Do we actually reclaim the median, or does price come all the way back down and close under 99,500 before next month close? That's why, seeing the long trigger that the Academy gave was a very, very, very nice long trigger, a perfect trigger right at that median on the 5 day. But then even shifting gears to the 12-hour, we were kind of like at the last stand here on the 12-hour. We throw the rainbow chart off and actually look where we went to on the 12-hour. You can see here, basically the 12-hour dumped all the way through. We lost to 21. We rejected the 9, and then that led us all the way down to that EMA 100 on the 12-hour. We see here that EMA 100 on the 12-hour is often a pretty big zone. Once we lose that, that was probably going to lead to a major dump all the way back down to 91,500. You can see that perfectly held it. So now what we want to do and see here, especially if you're in that long that far and gave, is you really want to start gauging today, does Bitcoin reclaim back above 99,600 on this 12-hour? And most importantly, do we reclaim the EMA 9 on the 12-hour? Bitcoin reclaiming the EMA 9 on the 12-hour is generally a really good sign. It's a long trigger to me, actually, technically. Each time we reclaim that EMA 9 and hold it as support, we often move from that point. And so I think it's wise now, if you're in that long from the bottom, to understand that bulls are really going to try to solidify that as the next higher low on the weekly. And also they're going to try to expand from that low. And so now we're just going to want to gauge and see, okay, does the daily hold first 99,600? And depending on what exchange you look, it's the same thing, 99,300 on Binance. And also, can we get back above the EMA 9? We can do that on the daily. This will really start solidifying to me that this is just a higher low, and it'll start looking good. Especially when you already have a volatility set up on the daily, the 5 day, the weekly, and the monthly is breaking, I believe, back above its moving average. Nope, possibly in the February it will, so we'll have to watch that. So no matter how you look at it, Bitcoin is just looking strong. And it's funny because I actually do think Alejandro's right on, what we saw into last night, this morning, could be nothing more as just an opportunity.
Can
it's
I
funny.
give you the good news?
Yeah, definitely.
DeepSeek has already banned or blocked users from registering unless they have a Chinese number. So there you go. Problem solved. Now AI in the United States is worth again $20 trillion and all that good stuff. And let me tell you something else, because I'm seeing this on your chart.
Sure.
Look at Apple being up to 26%, right? That's pretty good. Apple's AI is such garbage that this didn't even affect them, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty dog shit. Especially if you have experience using Siri. It just Google everything for you.
Yeah.
Apple's just been shit this whole time. So
the rulers who control us made a great buying opportunity for themselves.
Exactly. I mean, it seems like that was the case, right?
Yeah, it's looking like that. I mean, even if you're gauging today's candle easily could get bought up. This could easily turn into a hammerhead. This is the assumption, but I mean, this is getting bought up. So that is kind of going to be what bulls are going to try to do, is get us back above that daily 9. Once we do that, it'll really start solidifying. Yeah, this was a pretty strong, this was a low, and potentially we can look at it as the next higher low. And then just simply basing on where the weekly and the 5 day are looking and how they're looking, the weekly is looking like it wants to go up to 112,000. That's a new high. So that would be the higher high break. The 5 day as well is looking to me like after we hold that median, assuming it does keep holding, next target is right around that $112,000, the higher high break. And then the 2 week, even, we should just keep talking about it because the 2 week is still expanding. One thing though to note is we are falling under the moving average. So I'm going to be monitoring this closely. But even on this terrible candle that's forming on the 2 week, I'm still holding on hope that bulls are going to hold this support. We can just hold above that 99,600. This is still looking good. And this actually did exactly what we needed it to. Reclaim support, came down, back tested it. And as long as we hold above it into this week, still looking okay. And we'll have to see where this 38.2% holds. So, I mean, really, no matter how you look at it, even on the 12-hour, Bitcoin is looking pretty strong. I mean, it bounced exactly where it needed to. Had it lost this EMA 100, then yeah, we were probably going to end up going a lot lower, possibly down to 91,000. But that didn't happen. And now this potentially could turn into a nice SFP on the 12-hour, assuming we do close back above 99,600. Let me see here. We already have that SFP on the 4-hour. So ideally that'll bleed into the 12-hour. The idea here now is we're probably going to rally up. We'll most likely reject here again, just simply since that EMA 109 is right around the same. It's basically touching each other. When I see like a 9 and like a fast moving average with a long moving average like this one, generally the reaction, at least on first tap, is a rejection. That would make sense though, because when you get these SFPs, you want what now? You want a retest. So that's why even if we do that, I potentially, if you haven't entered far and long, you might get another shot at it on the lower time frames, assuming, right, this low holds. We go back and retest this on the very low time frames, like the 4-hour, and then the idea would be on that retest, you'd actually want to start moving up. That way, this 4-hour silver cross does not play out, which again would make sense to start rejecting around here, come back down, retest this, and then come up. Would play out that SFP perfectly. Just like here, right? Came down. This was a very aggressive dump. Quickly got reclaimed, right? Well, we're kind of at now, but then you see it got retested, and then that's where we got the expansion. You can see right there. So that's kind of the scenario I'm watching for now in the very low time frames on Bitcoin. But I mean, still going to just keep saying it. Still looking very bullish. To me, next target seems like $111,000 to $112,000. And that to me makes sense, especially if we just keep playing the trend. The trend is still up. We just shifted it. We just made a higher high. So you should have already been gauging that higher low already. And we did talk about that coming. Ideally, if that 9 comes around this zone, it'll come closer to wherever that EMA 9 is on the weekly. So that's Bitcoin. Still looking good. And I'm going to be on the camp. The next target here is 112,000 to 111,700. That to me makes a lot of sense. Break that, and that's really where I think
that's TP2 on the long, right at that monthly median or weekly median.
That would make a lot of sense to me. And I mean, that's just the characteristic of Bitcoin. Even on this higher high, it went exactly to that median, made the higher high, but still rejected. So even if we end up rejecting this median again, I'm still okay, with that profit. That's pretty good, even from that Academy long that you gave. I mean, you're talking about a almost 15% move. That's insane for trading. So very, very good stuff, Farn. That was a good catch last night when I was sleeping like a baby.
I was literally just about to go to sleep.
Yeah, that was
into the charger.
So now I want to shift gears and look at tether dominance. Let me just see. We'll just do this weekly. So I mean, something of concern here is we did reclaim that weekly median, and now we're even holding it. But I mean, on the flip side here, we still are under that weekly 9. So once we start reclaiming basically 420, I'll start being concerned. Like 420 on a weekly close, 4.20 on a weekly close. That'll mean the weekly popped above the 9. That'll mean the median held, and the support zone at 3.79% held. Next target then would be closer to the 4.5, if not all the way right around the 4.69% again. Until then, though, I'm still now on the camp that this week we got the pullback on Monday, early into the week, like I said. Now what I want to see is actually us to pump out of this and actually go into February green. And so in order for that to happen, I need this weekly to start rejecting us now. I need this weekly to just turn into nothing more than another lower high. And I would want this to now bleed to the lower low breakdown. My next target on the weekly is still, I think we can get a bounce right around that 3.5%. But ultimately, I do think that we're going to end up coming all the way back down closer to that 2.4%, assuming we can't actually lose the 3.79%, which again has still held, and even held, last 2 weeks now. But anytime we lose that 3.79%, especially on more of a higher time frame closing, we often aggressively dump on tether dominance straight to that 2.4%. We've seen this occur a few times now. Even without these two SFPs right here, we rallied up to resistance. Even here, wicked a little above it, and then came all the way back down. So it's really not out of tether dominance's like characteristic to do that. And it makes sense too that we have a massive drop off here, especially when you're getting a massive volatility setup like we are on the weekly on tether dominant, but also on the 5-day, just like what we showed on Bitcoin here. And something I noted last week, this is actually breaking above its moving average. So whereas Bitcoin is looking like it's about to bust up, tether dominant still looks like it wants to go down. Let's see now where that 5-day median actually went to. And we can see it's still up. So, I mean, the 5-day is still bearish. It's going to be important to see where this 5-day closes. But, I mean, to me, I'd want to start seeing this reject now. If we actually start reclaiming that 4.2%, it's just going to bleed into us potentially shifting the 5-day, reclaiming that EMA 9, reclaiming the 38.2%. And then it kind of then would mean that we're going to probably pop back up again, at the very least test the median, which is right around that 4.5% that I talked about. Why I want to see into this week, though, a major rejection here, it's because this is kind of it. Like, we keep rejecting the 38.2%. We keep rejecting the 5-day median, the 5-day EMA 9. The median is now shifted even more higher. And we're getting a volatility setup with BBWP breaking back above the moving average. It would make sense now to see some kind of major rejection here. That way we can actually get the breakdown, right? Often when you lose that 38.2% to the bottom of the 38.2%, you often get those pretty aggressive dumps. You can see here we almost went to the 95% zone on this, found some bottom close to that 88.3%. And I mean, that is still right around the 88.3% on the 5 days at 3.25, and the 95% is at 2.92. So pretty major here. So that's tether dominant, still looking bearish, but bulls are trying here. That's why we're ideally going to just want to start seeing this reject now. And you would have already still been on that camp, even without the HPDR, without seeing the medians. You would have been gauging this 2-day. You would have been seeing, okay, that EMA 34 solidly been rejecting us. We've been solidly making lower highs here. Is this going to reject us, or are we going to reclaim it? Right around that 4.2% is what? Right around that 2-day EMA 34. We start reclaiming that, it'll really start looking like the weekly medians reclaimed. Then the weekly EMA 9 basically got reclaimed as well. And then, that could really lead into a scenario where 4.2% holds a support, and then we move closer to that 4.69%, right around that EMA 100. Which again is a pretty big zone for tether dominance here. So I like the fact that it's right in the next target here if we reclaim 4.2%. It's good confluence to me. But again, just ties into why we're going to want to start seeing this reject now. And that most likely plays into actually Bitcoin moving off that 5-day median, basically retest here, closer to that $112,000 on Bitcoin. Next, I'll do Bitcoin dominance. We finally hit our target that we've been talking about. It just seemed likely to me, especially when just gauging the meme lines. You have to look at these as just like a range, right? And so what we had is the SMA 200 held on the daily. We reclaimed that EMA 100. That to me then basically guaranteed that we were probably going to go and test the 59%. We've done that already. And so now this is a very interesting place for Bitcoin dominance. And I might actually start paying attention to ETH a little closer. Why? Because Bitcoin dominance now is still overall in a downtrend. Why I'm saying that is because of just the weekly lower highs that we had. We had the lower low break. We broke the last higher low here. So the weekly is still in a downtrend technically, but it's getting really close now for bears of invalidating. And that's why I've just had this red line here on this wick high for weeks now, because if we end up breaking this wick high, it's going to shift this trend back up. And then it's really going to start seeing like I was wrong on Bitcoin dominance, putting in a major top here. But until then, we're now at the point where we talked about this scenario exactly. Bitcoin dominance can literally go up to my level, test the zone, and still end up coming down. And that still would keep with the overall trend. You'll know that this is going to break down, in my opinion, if we start breaking 56.6%. We start breaking that low that we basically formed in the end of December. That to me is going to be good confirmation that we're probably going to break down and at the very least test these lows, if not make a brand new lower low right around 54.2% or just 54% flat. But I'm still going to be on the camp that Bitcoin dominance finally played out its rally up. We talked about this. This now is telling me that Bitcoin dominance could start shifting down. Maybe some money starts cycling to Ethereum now. Potentially, this is all just a big theory. And remember, Ethereum hasn't been doing anything at all. And I'm still overall on the higher, in the grand scheme of things, convinced that ETH BTC will go to the 2-3 level. But I mean, when you're making a monthly lower low, a higher low would make sense, you know. And so to me, I'm going to be watching ETH BTC closely, especially if my Bitcoin dominance scenario played out. And now I'm going to want to start seeing this reject around here. We're very close to this invalidating the overall downtrend. And you'll know it's going to invalidate once we break this wick high. We end up breaking out on Bitcoin dominance. This actually could lead to a major move on Bitcoin. Generally speaking, when Bitcoin dominance is moving up in an uptrend, it's often pretty good for Bitcoin. That's when we're going parabolic. So I'm either really wrong on this, and Bitcoin dominance is in the midst of shifting trend. This is the higher low, and we're about the higher high break. And then in that case, it's very easy. I just want 59.7% to hold. We shift the downtrend, we come back down, and then we start consolidating here. Maybe that weekly 9 starts moving up. That would then definitely make me wrong, and it'd start making me feel like, or at least think, we're going to go to 62.5%, a level we haven't really tested in a very long time on Bitcoin dominance since basically 2021. Or we're going to start rejecting here, and I might then start watching Ethereum a little closer than, let's say, Bitcoin. Bitcoin still can be bullish, of course, and still can go up, even with Bitcoin dominance going down. But it might tell me that instead of now where we see Bitcoin down 1.5% and ETH down 3.4%, we might see Bitcoin up 4% and ETH up 10%. Right? Bitcoin's down maybe 1%, 1.5%, and ETH might just be down 1.5%. You can see when ETH BTC is weak, it just makes ETH USD even weaker, if you can see here, compared to like Bitcoin. But if Bitcoin dominance can start coming down here, I'm not going to think that it's going to hurt Bitcoin's rally. I just think that it's going to make ETH finally stronger, something that it really has not been able to even get it up. This desperately needs a Cialis or Viagra. It's having some issues. So, you know, Bitcoin dominance to me is really at the point now where if you are an altcoin bull, you should be watching this very carefully because, you know, this is the spot where you'd want to reject. We see now we're at the 61.8% on the HPDR. The median is now all the way at 57.3%. So, you know, this easily could just play into the range here. Come reject the 59%, come all the way back down to the bottom of the range. That could happen for sure. And we don't have to take out that low then and start breaking down. We'll have to really watch here. Go to the monthly as well. I hate when I do that. The monthly and I go to the 2 month. It's so annoying. The 2 month as well is looking pretty strong. I'm going to gauge and see where this actually closes because we're just kind of getting caught here. 50% is 61.8%. Not really seeing much on the monthly though, if I will be honest with you. It is just strong and it held exactly where you needed it to. This entire bull market since December of 2022. This was your metric that, okay, we reclaimed the monthly 9. We have held this monthly 9 this entire bull market for years now. So you should be gauging that as just bullish. And that is something that I talked about when we came down. We're going to want that monthly 9 to actually get lost. And it didn't. So, you know, the monthly is still looking okay and it's still looking bullish to me. Really, it is. And I'll be perfectly fine if I'm wrong on Bitcoin dominance topping here. That'll actually make more sense to me of it actually not topping. And then that could explain why Bitcoin potentially is going to put in a parabolic move up, just like we've seen all year round. So yeah, that's kind of what I see on Bitcoin dominance. Let me just check the 2 week because I do believe we were approaching. Now, where was it? It's the 5-day. No. Yeah, so I mean, this is just a big spot. We'll have to see the reaction at 59.7%. But yeah, watch very closely this wick high. If we start breaking this wick high, I'll be totally wrong on this, and then most likely then that'll actually play out on ETH actually breaking down a lot more. And ETH BTC most likely into February. This is going to happen probably within the next month, maybe 2 months, we're probably going to end up coming back down to the 95% zone, closer to that 2-3 level. And I do believe then that's when we can start seeing at least Ethereum start to get it up. But we'll have to see. I'm really curious to see if my idea here for Bitcoin dominance plays out, and if we reject around here, that'd be cool. So that's Bitcoin dominance, and I'm gonna finish it off now. You're gonna say
I gave long the Academy for Nvidia
right now.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Lastly, I'm gonna just do Dixie because it just played out nicely. We did get that trend shift. It's funny because we literally identified that the moment it happened. Didn't really hear many talking about a bearish Dixie. And it just made sense. Once we essentially broke that last higher low, we talked about this exact scenario, probably a rally at this point, goes up to that 9 and rejects. We perfectly got that. We've now formed that lower low. Let me throw the 55 back on. Nothing I'm seeing. Just keep it on now. And so now what I'm seeing on Dixie, and why I'm even bringing this up is because I do think that, we were starting to see Dixie become bullish, which then was correlating to more risk on becoming bearish, something we haven't really seen in a while. And so I'm going to be looking now at this as if this is becoming bearish, this should be bullish for risk on. And so for me now, to me, it seems like Dixie is going to make its way down at least to $106. I have right now support being $106, like the psychological number, or it bouncing right on that daily EMA 100, a pretty massive zone we haven't tested since it got reclaimed. And remember, this daily EMA 100 is pretty major for Dixie. That was essentially what was rejecting us this entire way down, was that EMA 100. And so it makes sense now if we end up getting a dump to that EMA 100 on the daily. It's at $106.20. You're going to want to start seeing you're going to want a reaction there if you're trading Forex, if you watch the Euro, if you look at Dixie. To me, this seems likely, though. It seems like the next target. And that actually lines up nicely with our 95% zone. So we'll have to see. Does it bounce right at the $106.70? Or do we break down and actually fulfill the prophecy and retest the daily EMA 100? I'm going to be on the camp that that's what's going to happen now. Often when you lose the EMA 9, and then you lose the 21, and then you lose the 34, you often go to the EMA 100. Let me just find a scenario where we did that. Here, you lost 34. You came directly to that EMA 100. You lose the EMA 100. You go to the SMA 200. It's very simple. So that to me seems like the next target, and that is at the extremities essentially of the HPDR. So you should be gauging a bounce there. But I mean, that is still from current price action, we're talking about a 1.1% move. I know we're talking about crypto, but in Forex terms, that's pretty big still. So that's still lingering a 1% move on Forex. So let's just see real quick on the 4 hour before I hand things over to Faron. So we are rejecting on the 4 hour. I think it would be wise to just gauge the retest around this zone. Easily go to if we go now to Binance, easily could go down to 99,200. That to me could be logical. If we come back down, I'll be looking for, if you haven't longed here, that would be a wise thing to look for if you trade lower time frames. And you very simply can have your stop loss here at this wick low, because if we end up breaking that wick low, we're most likely going to take out that median retest, and then that's most likely going to lead potentially to us coming back down to 91,000. But until then, I'm going to be gauging this as potentially another opportunity to long, and that could come on the 4 hour retesting 99,300. So that's all I have on Bitcoin. It's still very bullish. Bitcoin dominance still looks like it could reject where the level we talked about. We really now want to see the next level for me on Bitcoin is at 112,000. So we really want to watch that closely. And if that 5-day median can hold, then that will be the next target. And we probably get there kind of fast. So I am expecting some bullish momentum this week and into next week, in my opinion.
Now, what would happen if China comes out with a Bitcoin that's cheaper and faster?
We already have a Chinese Bitcoin.
That's right. That's right. People forget about that. People forget. What about maybe that's what's happening to Ethereum right now, and that's why it's not going up because China came up with a cheaper Ethereum.
Yeah, because the one we're working right now was a Russian Ethereum. So the Russians are the bad guys.
Yeah, but I don't know. Those Chinese are really bad. Okay, throw me your chat. I imagine Chinese people watching these. I'm not a bad person.
We got a Chinese XRP coming out too.
Ooh. Man, this was something's off though. I'm just gonna say that. I don't think it is what they're saying, but Nvidia keeps dropping. It should hold here.
What price is it at? It's 120. It's right at the entry. So now the trade has been triggered for the academy.
For me, it's like $116.69 to $118. Probably it's a bounce on Nvidia. Just my.
So I was like, why just them?
What
is it? Is it no other AI company dropping or chip company?
I mean, they are, but nothing like Nvidia. And the rumor is that Chinese thing is using Nvidia's technology too. I know that they're saying that he doesn't, but Elon said that they do, and that they just can't say it because it's just weird.
What if they're just doing what every other Chinese company does and just copying Nvidia's IP?
I think that is what, I think they're using Nvidia chips, but they couldn't say that because they're on the news and there's some import ban or something weird.
Yeah,
probably doing that. One thing to note about Nvidia here is on the 2-day, we are about to retest the EMA 100, which has not been tested since January 2023. So, I mean, looking for a long down here is logical. You should expect.
And on the 2-week, I have the 21 EMA right along with my meme line.
Plus, you have that monthly 9 about to get tested, which has just been a perfect zone.
I have the entry.
Oh, we got. By the way, sorry, we got Nvidia right after this, so
okay,
yeah, excellent, fucking great timing.
On the weekly right now, this was my whole basis for giving that long last night, right before I went to bed.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Would you get the microphone closer to you, sir?
How's that now?
Perfect.
All right, so here's my whole basis for giving that long last night. I was literally putting my head on the pillow, charging my phone. I was like, let me check Bitcoin. Saw this, and I was like, I got to get this out. So we were getting a rejection of the median for 2 times. Very likely you get a retest of the bottom 38.2%. Bottom 38.2% right now is sitting at $98,091. I didn't want us to get front run, so I put the long entry in at $98,150. We came basically right down to that 38.2%, just slightly below it, about like $260 to $300 below it. Not even, about $300 below it, which is how much of a percent? Like, it's so little that TradingView is probably not even going to let me do that without fucking up. But that was the reason for the entry of the long, and so far we're getting a pretty nice reaction from that bottom 38.2%. It instantly bounced, so you'd instantly be in profit on that long, and we've regained that 5 EMA. As long as we're holding this 5 EMA on the weekly, in my opinion, it's still bullish, and we still have to target that top median. So the reasoning behind the take profits was the first TP is at current all-time highs, just a little bit below it at $109,000. The next one is 112 for the median, because the median is likely to be resistance, even if it's a little bit of resistance, because the last 2 times it has been a little resistance, and not only that, but we've been getting significant wicks. So the take profit 2 is a little bit below this median at $112,000. And then if the median does get cleared, it's probably going to zoom and get an easy ride up to the top 38.2%. Top 38.2% right now is at $134,800. Just in case it gets front run, I put the TP3 at $130,000. That would be about around 30 to 32% up from the entry, which I think is pretty good. Just in my opinion, 32% is not too bad. And with our weekly momentum right at the edge of the bearish control zone, this is also a likely area where we end up flipping back up and rejecting the bearish control zone, and that's going to be alongside of volatility support. The only time that volatility is likely to continue breaking to the downside, with momentum breaking into the bearish control zone, is if we lose this 38.2%. which right now is at $98,100. So there's 2 stop losses on this one, but the one on the Academy only gives you the automatic stop loss, where if you don't want to do my closure stop losses, that one, the stop loss is at 97,300. So if price goes anywhere below that, you automatically just get out. The other stop loss would be a manual one, where if you get a weekly close below 98,100, then you would also cut it, even if it's above that 97,300 number. Because I know everyone is not really comfortable with the manual stop losses alone, so got to give you the automatic.
Not everyone is crazy.
Not everyone is autistic.
Calm down, Elon. It's so cold.
But you know, I actually did, when I was 10, got diagnosed with Asperger's. Just like Elon.
Did you really?
Yep.
I got diagnosed with no ass. For anyone that's seen me in real life, they know exactly what I'm talking about.
Taylor Swift ass?
I got the Taylor Swift ass. Looks like an aspirin.
But you're a Latin.
I can shake my non-ass.
Hey, at least you fulfilled that part of the Latin bargain.
Exactly.
On the quarterly, we still have momentum pointing to the upside. Just about to break back into positive. Last time momentum flipped back up to the upside in the positive area was right around here in July of 2020, when price was sitting at $8,900. Then we went to $65,000 from there. And we got the exact same setup now as we did back then, with momentum breaking back into the positive, volatility still at very extreme areas, just around this moving average. Once volatility starts expanding, that's when likely we enter into the banana zone. And we've gone up so far about... Where did you start to pick up? Right here at $24,900. We've done more than a 4x from there to over $109,000, and momentum still hasn't broken into the positive. So imagine once it breaks into the positive with volatility support. I'm not going to say we're going to go to this number because it's absolutely fucking ridiculous, and this number is probably going to change, but we probably go to the 38.2%. Not this number. Not saying we're going to this number. I got to make sure to get that so I don't get clipped. That number is right now at $219,166. No clipping allowed. Trump has signed a new executive order that says it's illegal to clip me.
You cannot clip Farhan. It's forbidden. Not a lot of people are going to do it.
No one has the balls.
No.
On the monthly, we got momentum just about to break out. We're very slightly positive at 4.55%. Volatility is coming from 0%. The last time momentum broke up to the positive on the monthly was back here when price was sitting at $38,000. And then we went to $73,000 from there. Almost a 100% move. If we close over this median, right now median's at 99,544. We're just slightly above that. That would take us to the top 38.2%. Right now that number is sitting at $163,584. Settle down, George. On the 2-week, we're getting momentum starting to contract after rejecting the bullish control zone. Volatility is still contracting along with it, telling us that with all of this move right now, we're getting from $108,000. Even though we hit new all-time highs, it's still a corrective move. So sideways, and with volatility and momentum contraction is a good thing for bulls. What you don't want to see is going straight up and making higher highs with momentum contracting, because then you're building bearish divergence. Since we haven't closed on higher highs yet, there's no possibility for bearish divergence. And as long as we're holding this 5 EMA at $97,500, very likely our target is again touching this 38.2%. Lose the 5 EMA, then you very likely come down and test the median. Median right now is at $85,000, which is going to break our previous $89,000 lows. And unless we get a massive bounce and close over $89,000, I'm going to start saying that the cycle is over if that were to happen. But right now, what's more likely is that we continue to test 38.2% as long as we're closing above this 5 EMA. And if you were to test this 38.2% again, which right now is at $110,000, we'd break our current all-time highs, take all that liquidity, and very likely we go significantly higher from there. At that point, momentum will start shifting back around and volatility will be up in favor of it. Already did the weekly. 5-day corrected perfectly down to this median right now. Median's at $97,671. Our low of this candle is 97,738. So we kind of front ran it by like $70, which is like 0.0001%, something like that. Not even anything at all. So I guess I should have checked the 5-day instead of the weekly and give a slightly better entry, but it is what it is. $300 ain't too bad. As long as this week 5-day median is holding, probabilities are that we come back to test this top 38.2%, which also lines up with the weekly testing the top 38.2%, because the weekly is at 110,000. 5-day is sitting at 111,700. Once we tap that, we're going to take all of this liquidity at the previous all-time highs, continue upwards based on the liquidity sweep, and that would very likely activate that 5-day setup that I'm going to go over next on the next chart. That likely full sends us. Where on the 5-day momentum is breaking up at 12% and well into positive, while volatility is now shifted up as well. The last time we had this happen, volatility shifting up from this low, while momentum breaking positive area, was right over here. Well, we were at about $65,000, and then we went to about $108,000 from there. While the jewel is now curving back around, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone and breaking back into the bullish control zone. Positive signals all the way around. 2-day is now tested down perfectly to the median, a little bit below it. Median's at 98,700, and we're getting a strong bounce off of that. As long as we're bouncing off that median, very likely come back up to retest this 38.2%. Right now, this is at 105,366. That would also flip our momentum back up if we were to get that area. Volatility is going to flip back up. Likely takes us higher, so to somewhere around the 50%. Right now, the 50% is sitting at $108,000. That's right up against our previous all-time highs. Probably start taking a lot of that liquidity. And if we can close over this $105,000 or $108,000 area, it likely goes towards 113, which is just above our weekly median at $112,000. That's probably where we find a little bit of resistance. Likely get a slight pullback there, even if we continue upwards. And then if we can close over that median, then likely continues towards that 130s target on TP3. Daily is now shifted down on momentum right alongside this bearish control zone. This is where I'm expecting us to flip back around, reject the bearish control zone, along with volatility expansion to the upside, which takes us upwards towards this, 61.8%, which right now is at that weekly median at $112,000. Four hours now bouncing very nicely off that 200 SMA. We got two tests of it, made a higher low, and then continued upwards. And now we've reclaimed the 5. The 5 has been resistance this entire way down since we dumped from $105,000. Now we're getting a little bit of move below the 5. What we want to see in this next 3.5 hours is for us to close over this 5 and hold it as support. Because if that does happen, then we very likely come back up to retest these highs somewhere around $105,000. That would be closing over several 38.2% on the other higher time frames. It's likely sends it's higher towards retesting our previous all-time highs, which will hit TP1 on that long. And maybe you get a slight correction because you're hitting all-time highs, but you're very likely to continue on towards that weekly median at 112. Right now, 4-hour momentum is at very extreme lows. Volatility is at very extreme highs. You likely get a mean reversion very soon, probably already happening. And that mean reversion, since we expanded to the downside, is going to be back to the upside. Let's see if there's any divergence building. Quarterly still has that active hidden bullish divergence that we've been having for the past couple of months. And volatility is still expanding from the lowest level it's ever been at. As long as we're above 58,890, this is going to be active. And our next target is going to be the critical zone. Critical zone right now sits at $169,138. A little high up there, but I do like that 169 number. Very round, perfect number. One of the most beautiful numbers I've ever seen. It could be a little bit more perfect by going to 169,420, but we can't always have what we want, right? On the monthly, we're getting still possible bearish divergence, still sitting there, still looming in the background. No confirmation yet. Only way to confirm that bearish divergence is if we close below $91,186. You confirm below that, bearish divergence is going to be confirmed. You're likely to come back down and retest somewhere around $80,000. You're going to have broken that previous swing low at $89,000, shifted it into a downtrend. Likely the cycle is over, especially because you have bearish divergence, and then the monthly trend is going to be to the downside. And every single time we've gotten a monthly trend to the downside, it's been the end of the cycle. Even right here, we didn't really get a closing low below our lows. That didn't really shift trend in the way I see it. It shifted trend on the wick basis, but that doesn't really, to me, doesn't matter as much as unless we get a closing low that shifts trend. Like over here, when we actually started shifting trend, like right here, this was a shift of trend because we closed below this low, but we immediately bounced back up, did a swing failure pattern, and retested our previous all-time highs, made slightly new all-time highs, then did another swing failure pattern, then broke trend to the downside on a closing basis, and then we just fucking nuked from there. From when we switched trend, we dropped from $46,000 all the way down to $15,500, another 75% to the downside. How many 75% to the downside moves do you need to be poor, huh? Probably just one.
Not that many.
It's the reverse of how many do you need
to be rich.
We're all just one trade away from being either rich or poor.
Yeah.
2 week also has several drives of bearish divergence looming in the background. The way to confirm it is if you close below 89,224, which is also my parameters for ending the cycle. And with that many bearish divergences, we probably come back down somewhere around this 55 EMA, which is about $60,000. That's quite the dumpski.
I'll show you after, but I put a Bitcoin on a channel just based on that top that we found, like, you know, that trend line that I put, like, that goes in diagonal upside from the previous cycle. So that connects down to the bottom, like to the lows, and seems like the lower that it'll get again, it's like around 50 grand.
Yep. That, what do you call it? Confirms my bias, so I believe it.
That's right, me too. It adds to your bias and my bias, so let's go.
Hey, our biases are connected. They must be right.
They must be.
A little bit of scary information here. We've got some possible bearish divergence forming right here on the 5-day. We will confirm it as long as we close below $100,088. Basically $100,000 you don't want to close below. We got 3 days and 8 hours to go though, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But if we close below that $100,088 or $100,000 level, we'll confirm that bearish divergence. And our first target is going to be this 21 EMA, about $92,000. It likely doesn't hold because that was our last major low. Brings us down to this 55, and that's about $77,000. The reason why I'm going to say this area is likely not to hold is because that's where the CME gap is at. Imagine how many motherfuckers want to bid that CME gap. A lot of people want to bid that CME gap. So what's likely, yes, what's likely to happen is that we front run it at $80,000, or we absolutely smash through and go straight to the 100 at $65,000. This happens, cycle's over. 3 days also has possible bearish divergence about to form. And this one only has 7 hours and 18 minutes to go to confirm. And if we close below 101,243, that will confirm. That's going to send us down to this 55 EMA, which right now is sitting at $86,000. Nothing on the 2-day. Nothing on the daily. And nothing on the... No, nothing on there. Do the momentum chart now. Oh, wait, wrong one. Ding! And by the way, because I'm such a nice guy, this Enrique is my friend's account that he uses my trading view for, so he doesn't have to buy his own indicators.
I always wondered why the fuck you had different names in your shit, but I literally came up with every other excuse but that one. But
I'm just a nice guy, but I'm just a nice guy. Let people use my trading view.
I was gonna say
Don't-
everyone's gonna message you now asking you for it.
The only rule though is they gotta change it back to mine whenever they log out, because that shit's annoying as fuck whenever I have to change it
Oh
back.
yeah.
On the 6-month, volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been, and we're pointed up above $30,100. Quarterly, volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been. Momentum's entering into the critical zone. First time it's ever been in the critical zone, and pointed up above $60,600. Monthly is where we're getting a little bit closer. We're getting very, very close to volatility expansion. Just about a touchdown moving average. On this next monthly open, likely is volatility expansion. Last time we had volatility expansion was at the Hamas setup of 2023. And that was quite the explosive setup, if you will.
No pun intended.
No pun. On the monthly, we're flipping back up from the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $90,650. The last time we flipped back up on momentum within the critical zone was also in the Hamas setup of 20. Actually, no, yeah, that was the Hamas setup of 2023, which was also quite explosive. On the 2-week, we're starting to lose our Hamas setup a little bit. We have 6 days and 8 hours to go to confirm this. If we close below $106,000, this Hamas setup will be invalidated, and we're going to have to start looking for another Hamas setup. But if we do close over this $106,000 number in the next 6 days, 8 hours, once again, eternity in cryptocurrency land, volatility will not confirm this contraction, start flipping back up. Momentum will flip back up within the critical zone. Last time we flipped back up within the critical zone was sitting at $38,000 before we went to $73,000. And we should see a continuation of this explosive Hamas setup. Weekly is now fully contracted on volatility after this hitting our previous all-time highs of $108,000. Dropped below the 15%. And what do you know? Just at the edge of the critical zone, momentum is starting to flip back up. And we're gonna and this momentum pivot has dropped significantly from about $103,000 down to $97,200. That is about a $6,000 drop on the momentum pivot, which is quite bullish if you were to ask me. The prayers to Bula Jesus have been answered, because right now if we close this weekly over $97,300, momentum will maintain the critical zone, flip back up. The last time we flipped back up maintaining the critical zone was right over here at about $42,000, and then we went to $73,000, and then we'll get a momentum set up as well. I don't know the exact numbers on this one, but I do know we have about a low 90% chance of momentum going in the favor of volatility going in the favor of stochastic momentum. Don't have the exact stats for the 5-day. I know it's 30 to 35%. I'm gonna say it's definitely higher than 30 to 35%, but I don't know what the exact numbers are. So I'll just apply that 30 to 35%. Because if it's higher, hey, even better.
Great.
Great if it's higher. And let's do the expansion from about current all-time highs. Probably going to be higher from there. So let's just be conservative and do current all-time highs. %30 brings us to 142. 35% brings us to 148. And since 35% is on the 5-day, it likely goes higher on the weekly. So let's just do 40%. That's about 155. 45%, about $160,000. Right alongside that $169,000 perfect top. I can see if I can find a comparable move right over here. Oh shit, I moved my line. Comparable move is right over here on the weekly, where we had a weekly setup where volatility started expanding from below 15%. Momentum was pointed up. I'm not saying that we're going to get this much of a move again, but I'm just showing you a comparable move. About 177% to the upside. So saying 160s isn't too crazy. That's about 65%, 69%, if you will, to the 3-month divergence. 5-day is still brewing that 5-day volatility setup, that 5-day Hamas setup, while momentum is currently pointed to the downside. So if we do get volatility expansion within the next 3 days and prices below 103,750, that setup probably happens to the downside, and then it flips from a Hamas setup to a Nagasaki setup. We still got 3 days and 8 hours to go. If we do see a strong bounce from our $97,700 low, likely goes towards somewhere around that previous all-time high at 109, where this setup starts firing off. Then you have to apply 30 to 35% from there, which we already did on the weekly, and that would take us into the 140s. Last time we had a 5-day setup was right over here. From point of volatility expansion, before any correction, we did about 78% up. We're just looking for a calm 65% or 69%, not as much as 70%.
Yeah, we don't want to get too greedy.
Yeah, no, not too greedy.
With our
69% is okay because it fits my bias. On the 2-day, we're starting to get volatility contraction, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as you're below $106,800. Daily is fully contracted on volatility at 10%, dropping below the 15%, which is good to see that volatility is contracting while momentum is pointed to the downside. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 106,100. And the 4-hour is now getting to extreme levels on volatility after getting a single period of 100%. Volatility started expanding massively off this dump. We dropped about 6.5% to see that much. That extreme volatility is pretty funny. And we went to extreme levels on volatility after the dump, held the 200 and made a higher low. Trend is still up, and we're about to flip back up on 4-hour momentum. We're rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to flip up above $98,650. A little bit lower. And now we're already getting volatility contraction after hitting many periods of 0%, deviating the critical zone, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $98,900. So all of the extremely high time frames on Bitcoin right now are pretty fucking bullish, considering that 6-month pivot is at $30,000, which is about 3.3x away from where we are right now. The quarterly still has 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, still has momentum pointed to the upside as long as we're above $60,000. The divergence would have a technical target of hitting the critical zone, which right now is sitting at $169,000, where if the weekly setup does fire off to the upside, likely takes us somewhere around that zone. 5-day setup is still brewing. If we get volatility expansion and prices over $103,000, likely takes us towards 109, where actually volatility starts expanding, because it could expand even higher than 109. Right now, my conservative estimate is that it starts expanding at 109 because it'll take the liquidity from all the previous all-time highs or the current all-time highs. That likely gives us 30 to 35% move from 109 towards good low to mid 140s. The other lower time frames are also starting to give possible hidden bullish divergences. The only time frame which is possible bearish divergence right now is the monthly and the 2-week, and you'd have to close below on the 2-week $91,000 before you can confirm that bearish divergence, which we have not gotten yet. And the monthly, to confirm it, you'd have to close below $58,000, which is kind of unlikely right now. The quarterly, which is on this next open, it'll be a lot more easy, but as of right now, it's still not going to happen. And the weekly and the 2-week are still pointed up on momentum. Daily is starting to flip down a little bit, but the saving grace is that if you go down to the 4-hour and the 2-hour, now momentum is starting to shift back up. And the 4-hour is maintaining the 200 SMA while making a higher low, giving nice probabilities with momentum to the upside that we retest the current breakdown point. From there, I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of liquidity to take, which will take us back up to current all-time highs. 5-day setup will fire off. That takes us to 140s. So as of right now, I'm thinking the 4-hour low is in, especially since momentum is flipping back to the upside. Right at that 200 SMA, and the low is currently $97,700. If it drops below 97,300, then I'd say there's a change in structure, and we should probably get out of that long, considering I don't use automatic stop losses, and I put an automatic stop loss at 97,300. That's the line in the sand right now, unless we want, if we don't want to go deeper. 97,300 to 97,700 holds as our bottom. Then we'd likely go back up to test that weekly median around $112,000. Break the median, then we go to 130s. 5-day setup is firing off and likely takes us into the 140s.
Sorry, I had something stuck in my throat other than my dick. That's awesome.
You can reach.
Well, I just don't have oh no, you're too fucking young. I'm not even.
You removed your ribs.
Bother. There you go. Like Marilyn Manson. That used to be the biggest.
Oh, I remember that.
I'm not that young.
I guess you're not. Before I translate and pass on the Bitcoin analysis, I think we should go into Nvidia because there's an opportunity here. The weekly's brewing with a Hamas or a Nagasaki setup. I think we should check it out.
Cool.
I'm gonna take a piss real quick.
Do it up, son. Alex, throw it at us. Let me just tell everybody just in español real quick. Ahorita les paso el análisis de Bitcoin. Nada más quiero ir a Nvidia instantáneamente porque está pasando cosas. Ready.
Nice. So yeah, Nvidia's at a big spot now. We see that major drop down. We left a pretty nice gap to the upside now. So we should be watching very closely here, especially into today. You know, starting off on the daily, we're at right now at the $120 zone. That's pretty big because if we don't hold this area, and specifically, I thought it was 120, it's $116.76. You're going to want that area to hold. Each time on a daily we don't hold the zone, this is what leads to a bigger breakdown on Nvidia each and every time. We're also at the daily SMA 200. If we look back and we can just see we're testing levels on this chart we have not tested in over a year. You can see here just the reaction of that daily SMA 200. Was holding price down. We lost it first. That's the first point. Once we lost that each time, it led to a pretty big move down. Wasn't until we got back above, retested it, where we actually started to really expand. So we haven't tested this in a very long time. As the history of Nvidia has shown here, that SMA 200 should be a pretty big zone for Nvidia. Either it loses it and gets reclaimed, and therefore then it can pump up, or it actually holds above it. And so today you're going to want to see Nvidia close above basically $121.77. That way we can actually hold this as support. You can see though, we ever so slightly front ran my support zone on the daily. We now cycle to the 2-day. Just like the SMA 200, we're actually now at the 2-day EMA 100. And this, again, hasn't been tested in over a year. This is a major spot. And something to note on this 2-day chart with Nvidia is each and every time we're almost about to hit it, it front runs it. And this leads to some kind of bottom before going up. And then really, you know, just looking at the past really fast, you can just see that 2-day EMA 100 also was a major bottoming point for Nvidia. Anytime we lose that, it generally leads to downside and chop. And so that's the daily and the 2-day. We're at the daily SMA 200 and the daily EMA 100. You're going to want to pay attention today carefully, because what we have now on the monthly is we're at the monthly 9. We're just gauging the EMAs. That monthly 9, and it's kind of funny to me because throughout this whole Nvidia bull market, you've seen aggressive shorts try to scale in every single time, you know, they're trying to catch a top. Nvidia does end up dumping. It dumps aggressively to that monthly EMA 9, similar to this kind of scenario here. I'll draw out right here. It's kind of where we're at now. Nvidia made a high and then aggressively dropped down. We saw the monthly 9 correlate nicely with the mean line before that became a major bottom before going up bigly. Now in this scenario here, we made a high. We're aggressively dropping down to the monthly 9. We see the monthly 9 is perfectly where support is. You're going to want to see a bounce here on Nvidia. That's why for me now, it's not wise to be looking for shorts here. That scenario can come into February if we end up losing that monthly 9. Until that scenario occurs, you're going to want to start looking at this as a major opportunity to start possibly taking an extremity long here. While everyone's racing the max short Nvidia because the AI bubble has popped and it's over, I'm looking at this as a potential opportunity here. Everyone's max bearish. We have that FUD from China. Nvidia has dropped quite aggressively. And let's not forget, if we go to the quarterly, we talked about this exact scenario. Into this quarterly close, we're probably going to have some downside. Why we were saying that was just because we were falling under that quarterly moving average. Literally, when we close this quarterly, this occurred and we actually fell below the moving average. And we saw here, we were also at extremes at that point. It just seemed more likely into this next quarterly candle, we'd actually come down and get a pullback. Well, that pullback has come, and we can see here, just really curious to see where that EMA 5 is, you know, somewhat close to price. Doesn't really matter now. We've had that pullback though. That's the point. We broke the high. We made a new high. We're getting that pullback. This is over 20% now, so that's pretty aggressive. I'm curious to see, you know, what was this pullback from the wick high? It's probably going to be more. 64%. And then this one here from the high down, 35%. Okay. So it's
I was
definitely
going to
not.
say, and
Uh-huh.
that was kind of similar timing because that had to do with unless I'm mistaken, and you tell me please if you remember, but that had to do with the Japanese carry trade, right? That's exactly when that went viral and people went nuts, and that dumped like that.
Yeah, I think you're actually right on that. So Nvidia, yes, it's dumped aggressively. I do think we should be paying attention here closely. We're now at the support zone on the weekly. We see the weekly fell through and even rejected that EMA 34. It's going to be bull's objective now, in my opinion, to get a bounce at $116. You're going to want to see that be a bounce zone, if not a consolidation zone. That way, then we can actually solidify a bounce here and move up and start reclaiming these levels. Because what we have now is a Hamas setup. Actually, Hamas setup is BBWP falling under 15% and brewing zero volatility reads on BBWP, and this has to be on a weekly setup or higher. And so this is now a Hamas setup in the making. If we shift gears and go back to 2021, this was the last kind of scenario where we had the setup. Lots of chop in this, but let's just see. So right here is when we really started to expand. And this is when the signal started to fire off. You can see, though, on this weekly, we did lose that weekly 30 EMA 34 into next week. Quick reclaim. Once we got back above, that's really where we started to move up. If we take this point and check, the 2-week setup printed. Let me actually put that a little better here. From here to there. 54%. So, I mean, that's kind of the same setup we're getting now, up or down, of course. And for me now, we're kind of at the last stand. If we now throw in the rainbow chart, let's kind of see what we can see. We see Nvidia right now is holding the 61.8% on the weekly. It's right around the meme line. So again, you're just going to want to start seeing that 116 level hold. We can hold that 116 level, and actually based on it, that could lead to a nice spring. Let's go real fast to the daily as well. See, you're now approaching the extremes on this chart on the daily. We're now basing or getting support at the 88.3%, right around where the SMA 200 is. Why that's relevant is because you probably shouldn't be looking to go short here, in my opinion. That just seems very like you're late to the party. And we even see on the 2-day, right on that EMA 100 is the 88.3%. And something to note is the 2-day is closing today. The daily is closing. See the 3-day. No, it's not closing. So with the 2-day and the daily closing, it's actually going to be pretty telling to see what's going to happen today. Does Nvidia hold support? Do we get back above the SMA 200? And then that can somewhat grind out a bottom. Definitely could actually be the scenario. And that's why today, if you're watching, you want to see very closely where this closes, because this honestly could be within today and tomorrow. This could be a really big decision point for Nvidia. If we lose the SMA 200 and come back down and maybe retest support and then quickly shoot up into tomorrow and reclaim it, that could be the trigger to go long, or we just simply hold these levels now. But I'm on the camp that Nvidia is going to get a bounce here. I do think that we're close to this volatility setup expanding. I'll be very wrong on this. If we stay below that weekly EMA 34, which is at $125, while this weekly volatility fires off, then I'll be on the camp that, yeah, this is probably going to break down. Let's just play devil's advocate. Once it loses that $116 level, what would be like a 30 per, it was 26% move. That was where we went last time on that 2-week. No, wait, it was a 50% move. What am I talking about? I'm tripping. Let me just double check that. My memory, forget. Now,
are you talking to the downside?
No, this is the last weekly volatility setup we had. I want to just see kind of what we're working with. And that ETA, we want to give accurate numbers. So from here, there. Yeah, so I don't know why this is so difficult. Boom, to there. Yeah, so 55% move. So, I mean, if we play devil's advocate here and just be, okay, well, maybe we start expanding down. I mean, 55% move would literally take us all the way back down to that weekly SMA 200. That'd be absolutely terrible. That'd mean we're all the way back to $50, and we're now hitting the 100% on the weekly HBDR.
If it ever gets that bad, I'll fall on the sword and buy some puts and send it to the sky.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You can see here though, if we get that actual bullish momentum at this point, I mean, that could take us closer to, you know, where is that? Just had it. Yeah, the 88.3%. You know, that could be the next zone to me. That is right around $195 to $176 in this region. It's a big gap, but it's like Farn said, if you give a zone, you can never be wrong, right? So in basic terms, you're going to want to see a bounce here. Nvidia is getting a major close within 4 days. You're going to know really soon, within today, tomorrow, and then in February, if this is basically fucked or not. The fact that we're under the monthly median is not a good sign, but we obviously then have gone to the target. We're now potentially at support. You're really going to want to start seeing bulls break this up to the upside, because this now is really looming. It's looming like it's potentially giving us a monthly breakdown, especially since we're losing the 38.2% on the monthly and also rejecting that median. You're really not going to want to start seeing this lose that 38.2% on the monthly. This was the last occurrence that's happened. And this essentially, once we broke down kind of like what we're doing now, we just kind of kept rejecting the monthly 9 and kept going down. And so that's why this point is, yes, we are in the midst of a breakdown, but we've already done that. We're now at the level that you'd want to see a bounce. It still has 4 days to go. Nvidia literally could bounce 10% in one day. It's not out of its nature. That's why we're at a very big bounce. So now it's logical that the Academy gave a long here. Now that we finally have hit this EMA 100, and also I think we've hit the monthly EMA 9. Yes, we did. I am now going to look at that as we are going to want to start seeing this move up. You know, a long at this point is logical. You can have a manual stop loss. Any daily closure under $116, I'd cut the trade. Or you can have a stop loss here, and you simply can just have, let me go to the weekly. If you were to long this, where would you have your stop? This is a good question. I'd have my stop. It'd have to be kind of wide. It'd have to be right at $103. So if you were to long this, I'd have my stop here at $103. I'd manually close it though if we lose $116, because I know that potentially is going to lead into the monthly 9 getting lost. And then we see even the next target being that EMA 21. It probably moves up a little bit, going right around that $97. That $97 that's already a pretty brutal drop from current price action. I mean, that's a 24% move down. And that could happen fairly fast if Nvidia doesn't hold that monthly 9. So it's very simple. I mean, a monthly 9 is a very big level on a chart. We're kind of like at the last stand if Nvidia is going to enter bear market territory. Bear market territory is, okay, does the monthly 9 get lost? Does the daily SMA 200 get lost? And does the weekly EMA 9 get lost? If those 3 things occur, you are, in my book, in a bear market, and this is potentially going to actually then lead to potentially a bigger move down and maybe break the overall uptrend on the monthly. Well, that's why for me, if you start trading this and you have your stop around that $103, that's logical, because you're basically just going to try to be gauging here, some kind of major higher low on the monthly. That's kind of how I'm looking at things now. You could argue this was trying to be the higher low, but I'm just looking at this as the higher high. Did this actually break? NVIDIA is such an interesting chart. So actually, no, this was the higher low. This was the higher high. So the monthly is now shifted into a downtrend. Not good. It's just not good, really, honestly. I mean, the hopium on NVIDIA is that we're hitting such big levels that it's just like you should get some reaction. But if bulls really don't get to work here fast, I mean, this is going to really start shifting really in favor of bears. And then at that time, then you really have to be cautious of this actually expanding to the downside. And that is probably then why we potentially see the monthly 38.2% getting lost this month to the downside, which, remember, really hasn't occurred since 2022. So I will say this, NVIDIA to me is looking like it should bounce more than it should go down at this current price. But assuming that today does not hold that SMA 200, I'm really going to be cautious of this then. You're really then, if we don't hold that SMA 200, going to have to look into tomorrow as the quick SFP, quick deviation. We got back above that, and we can get back to business. If we start losing that, and then rejecting it and then testing back, around $116. Yeah, you really have to then start wondering if we're going to start coming back down to maybe 111 to maybe all the way back to $105, possibly invalidating a lot of longs that have that stop right at $103. So yes, Nvidia should bounce at where it's at. It's only logical, and that's literally been the name of the trade. Bid the monthly 9, close the app, and in about a month you'll be in juicy profits. It's always been kind of the scenario. If we start losing this zone though, and this starts invalidating, which already the monthly trend breaking is a bad sign. Already the fact that we're not fully getting a big bounce on the SMA 200 is a concerning sign for me. And the fact that the weekly is now starting to brew a volatility setup while we're losing all of the major averages I watch is a bad sign for me. And so if you're an Nvidia bull, you're really going to need to see bulls actually get to work. You're not going to want to see basically $116 get lost, ideally. That then is going to lead to us reclaiming the daily SMA 200, which then ideally will lead to the 2-day reclaiming the EMA 100 or holding it. That then ideally will lead to the weekly quickly getting bounced, reclaiming the EMA 34. Once we get back above the EMA 34, pressure for bulls kind of, it becomes not as, it's not as important for them to bounce us out of here. But with where we're at now, it's extremely important for bulls to bounce us out from this spot, literally before the monthly closes. Because if not, you're really then going to run the risk of this monthly 9 getting lost, the monthly trend shifting, the daily SMA 200 getting lost, the weekly 9 getting lost. And then at that point, I have to really start looking at Nvidia as just a major short opportunity down to 90, if not all the way back down to potentially $50. So that is kind of what's on at stake for bulls if they don't push this up. We're going to see a really fast drop back down to $90 if we don't get this bounce and hold the monthly 9. So yes, it's very logical that we have an academy long here, but if you're taking that, you're going to really want to be aware of what we're dealing with here. And it's kind of like what I was saying with Solana. And luckily, Sol bulls did push up and we did get that aggressive bounce. But if Nvidia bulls don't push up here,
the stop loss for that one is 115.
115. Yeah, that makes sense. You're basically taking this last low before we went up, I believe. Yeah, that makes sense to me. And remember, I personally think if we start really losing that daily SMA 200 and then tomorrow rejecting it, probably could just cut the long. But the 115 long with an entry right around here that's very tight for Nvidia. Actually, that's 2% you're losing. And remember, if this SMA 200 holds, you're most likely then going to get a rally back up at minimum back to 130, if not closer to that EMA 100 at $133. If this long scenario does work out, you're risking maybe 2% to make potentially 13%, at minimum maybe 10%, closer to 11%. So it's good risk to reward at where we're at. You're just really not going to want to get blindsided though about this, which is, okay, well, we've already dumped so much, this can't go down much more. Nvidia has always bounced the monthly 9, so it should bounce here, and that is what I'm going to be gauging. But as soon as the daily starts shifting and we lose that SMA 200, and then the monthly loses the EMA 9, I'm really going to be looking into February as potentially a major dump ski for Nvidia, potentially. And I'll happily be wrong if that doesn't occur. But that just is kind of what I see, and that does kind of unfortunately play into at least what we saw with the quarterly, hitting the extremes on volatility, coming down, falling under the moving average. We just basically took what occurred last time, which was, during this time when Nvidia did fall under the moving average, it did kind of get a pretty aggressive dump down. And then even here, once it fell under the quarterly moving average, we ended up dumping to the EMA 21. And it's interesting because on these two scenarios where BBWP fell under the moving average, where did we dump to perfectly on the quarterly? The EMA 21. EMA 21. Where is that now? Oh, that's right at that $50, which would be, technically speaking, the measured move on the last weekly setup we had on Nvidia. So, that, and it's right around the weekly SMA 200. So that is kind of what's looming. You're going to really want to be really cautious here, but cautiously bullish, of course. Because just as fast as this came down, this can pump up very fast, faster even. So That's kind of all I see on Nvidia now. The weekly is in a downtrend, just like the monthly is. This was the last lower high. So if you know that, and you know this was the lower low, you're gonna, if you are a bear, even if you got a bounce here, you're gonna be gauging this weekly to maybe reject the weekly 9 for that next lower high. If we end up breaking $149, this then will quickly start shifting the weekly trend, which then ideally will start shifting the monthly trend. The monthly trend, in my opinion, will shift completely once we actually break the all-time high on Nvidia at $153.13. So bulls got a lot to. They have a lot of work to do if they're actually going to keep the Nvidia rally going. And this would actually be funny if right now, currently, with me looking at this is in the midst of just entering a bear market. That would be actually really funny, and that would have implications for Bitcoin, just so everyone does know, in my opinion, because I do think one of the riskiest bullish assets on the stock market, potentially going into a bear market, does have implications for Bitcoin, one of the highest beta risk assets in the world. And the fact that we're already kind of slightly cautious of the fact that, Trump's president now, the inauguration happened. This is the first time there's ever been a president involved in crypto as much as now. So I think it's wise for all of us to kind of gauge Nvidia for more risk on. And so right now it makes sense, the fact that I want to see Bitcoin bounce, I want to see Nvidia bounce. But if Nvidia doesn't hold this $116, then I do think we're going to end up going back down to $100 fairly fast. So that's kind of all I see on Nvidia. Yes, we're at a big zone. Yes, the daily's at the kind of bounce zone now at the 88.3%. But remember, these ranges can shift today. And if we don't hold that SMA 200, I'm going to start looking at this as, I'm going to start really being cautious then of this being in the midst of just potentially entering a bear market, like I keep saying. So watch very closely here. This is good though. And I really like when charts do this, because, when you get an aggressive move like this and it's down 23%, this is fun. This is this is like where we should be paying attention. It's, annoying when you slow bleed down, slow bleed to the monthly 9. It's fun when you aggressively dump, you take out all those late longs. Now shorts are kind of getting horny here. You're at such an important inflection point in the chart. This is where trading becomes fun because there's volatility. So I'm going to be on the camp that you have at least a good chance of bouncing here. You're just going to have to see where that bounce takes us. Do we hold the SMA 200 on the daily? And does the weekly get us back above that EMA 9? If we can get back above the weekly 9, then it will start looking like we're at least going to test the lower high on the weekly. And then once we break that $150, $149, we could then start seeing Nvidia go up to $154, which would be a higher high. And then if we break that and we start seeing this weekly fire off, we really could start seeing Nvidia move to 176 to even all the way up to $190. So we're kind of at the last stand. Let's see where today closes. And if you're taking the long that the Academy gave, watch today very carefully. You're going to want to see this SMA 200 either get reclaimed by tomorrow or just hold today. So that's just the easy gauge for me on this chart. This daily will bleed into the monthly. So if this SMA 200 today gets lost, and then tomorrow we rally up to it, and then we reject it, that could lead to a major breakdown. And then that could actually lead to a terrible February because then the monthly didn't hold the 9. The daily does bounce from the SMA 200 and we hold this area, great. Then the monthly just perfectly did exactly what we needed it to do on the back of China FUD news that really has no relevancy right now, as I see it, honestly, because as Alejandro said, we could just ban it. And even it is starting to look like that with them restricting it only for Chinese phone numbers. So yeah, that's all I have on Nvidia though. I said the monthly trend is up, but I'm wrong on that. The monthly trend is definitely down now on Nvidia. We're at the last stand. We're really itching where it's about to enter a bear market. So we'll see today if that SMA 200 holds, and then if that leads to the monthly 9 actually holding. If we can do that, great. Then let's try to shift the trend up bulls and actually bounce up.
I have a non-scientific strategy that tells me that the bottom is very likely pretty close on traditional markets. Is how much people are freaking the fuck out, and the S&P is down 1.3%. It's
Are
all
they
over.
freaking out?
Yep, I'm
Are
reading
they?
I'm reading comments all over CNBC talking about Trumponomics for you. There goes Trump. There goes what happened to the economy increasing. Now the economy is going down. Like, bro, the S&P is down 1.3%. Calm down.
Well, and also the S&P is not the economy.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
We'll continue.
But like, do you
Look,
guys agree though? Like, if Nvidia
what?
does turn into like a bear market or shifts into a bear market, that could have implications for Bitcoin. Honestly, I mean,
Oh, well, yeah, dude. Bitcoin is just a 3x of the NASDAQ, right? As far as
Right.
volatility goes to the upside or downside. And the NASDAQ is heavily weighed on technology and AI.
right. So I mean, it's kind of a big point if you're a crypto bro to be watching Nvidia because, yeah,
I completely agree. And I think also, so the last move from the Japanese carry trade, I checked it. It was 35% down, right? If you just do another 35% down, because what seems to be happening is the same thing. If we wanted to connect it, it's right here at $100, basically at $98 for the same type of move.
$100 for one Chinese Nvidia.
For one Chinese.
that'd be my
chipset.
next target. I have 116 doesn't hold. It's probably gonna go to good. And then at that point, I mean, we're now pretty below the monthly 9 with this weekly brewing. It's like, who knows where this will start firing off. That's why I will say, if this does turn bear, $50 will be my target for possibly like investing in Nvidia maybe or nibbling a little bit because of just where that quarterly EMA 21 is and the fact that the quarterly EMA 21 has always bottomed right around there. And that is sitting right around where the weekly SMA 200 is, right around $50-ish. That's a pretty
And
impressive.
you know why else you should be looking at Nvidia if you like crypto?
Why?
Because Jensen is from the same village in China as CZ.
Oh,
Is he really?
wow.
No, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, I'm out. Fuck you. I'm absolutely out. I'm absolutely out. We're gonna need Mr. Garlic Bread after, and also Coinbase.
Sweet.
Alrighty. Vale, estamos viendo Nvidia ahorita que justamente está pasando todo lo que se imaginan. Nvidia en este momento está 15% abajo en 120. La última vez que tuvimos un escenario así, como el que estamos viendo en este momento, y estamos en una tabla semanal, fue en el reverse carry trade tan famoso que ocurrió acá hasta el cierre, o lo podemos poner hasta la parte baja de la vela. Son 35% de corrección, fue lo que vivió Nvidia en literalmente ¿cuántas semanas? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 semanas. En 7 semanas tuvo una corrección de 35%. En este momento y la semana pasada habíamos tenido un cierre por acá arriba en los 141 y abrimos con un gap gigantesco acá. Y ahora abrimos en 124, estamos en 120 y hemos llegado a 117, creo que hasta 116, no, 117 es lo más bajo que hemos llegado. Si quisiéramos medir el mismo tipo de movimiento, porque sabemos, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que en este momento está diciendo, están escondiendo el reverse carry trade con la noticia de la AI, que por cierto, no lo creo, no creo que tengas que esconder algo así. Es correcto que subieron los intereses en Japón, pero no veo por qué lo tienes que esconder. Básicamente el 35% sería aquí en los $98. Si es que tuviéramos un poco de lo mismo y tomaría básicamente 7 semanas, ¿no? Si se fuera a repetir idéntico y el mundo fuera así de fácil. Ok, con eso dicho y hecho, tenemos un doble techo en 152.92. Normalmente los doble techos sí son patrones de reversión. Así que atentos acá, porque además en la semanal tenemos un setup que podría ser de Hamas o un setup Nagasaki. Y esto todavía, la volatilidad está solamente en 8.33%. Una vez que pase nuestra línea meme verde, en 15% es cuando se activa esto. Y se podría activar a la alza o a la baja. Vamos a analizar un poco más esto, que es interesante porque Nvidia literalmente fue lo que comenzó el rally en el 2022 de todas las acciones que vimos. Así que importantísimo para nosotros estar con el ojo bien pelado en este activo, brother. Oye, qué bonito activo tienes y una pena que Jim Cramer hablara bien de él, ¿no? Ok, trimestral. ¿Saben qué? Déjame ver la de 6 meses. La de 6, pues igualito, ¿no? O sea, tenemos básicamente dos extremos de volatilidad, volatilidad contrayendo por debajo del promedio en la de 6 meses y tal cual, tienes tu doble techo por acá. Ok, fácil de entender. Ok. Por cierto, en velas de 6 meses, quiero que vean qué poquitas velas rojas hay. 1, 2, 3, y estamos hablando de que lo podemos ver en pantallas del 2015. Básicamente por 10 años has tenido 1, 2, 3, y esta sería la cuarta vela roja. Esa fue la última, la de julio del 2022, y después tuviste el zampompazo. Esa vela, hubieras comprado esto en 14, tendrías 10 veces más dinero, casi, casi. El día de hoy, interesante. Pero en la de 6 meses estamos bastante por encima de nuestros promedios. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 en los $74, 21 en 42 y 34 en 29. Vamos a acercarnos un poco más rápidamente, ven las de 3 meses. En la trimestral aquí es donde se empieza a poner interesante la cosa, porque ahora tienes tu promedio del 9 justamente en 91.37, cerca del objetivo de la última corrección que está acá de 35% del tope para abajo en 97.52. Ya le quedan pocos dólares, sabemos que estos promedios se van a mover más. Sigues, tuviste el cierre más alto de toda la historia por acá, lo habías logrado acá, ahora lo volviste a hacer acá, y ahora esta vez la trimestral, todavía le falta 2 meses y 5 días para cerrar, así que ni nos vamos a empezar a preocupar ni a hacer ideas en la cabeza todavía con esto. La trimestral, igual volatilidad ya contrayendo después de haber estado en doble extremo, así que nada que reportar por acá. Vamos a la mensual. En la mensual, perdón, ¿no? Güey, lo dijiste a propósito. Ok, tal vez. Podemos ver que la volatilidad está contrayéndose, está en 39.68%, bastante lejos de la zona más baja que ha visto Nvidia, me imagino. No, sí, nunca ha tenido volatilidad en cero, pero la zona más baja y la parte más baja de volatilidad son 6.88%. Eso quiere decir que tenemos bastante camino y aquí todavía no existe nada que nos diga que algo va a cambiar. Atentos, esto es bastante importante. Queremos aguantar el promedio del 9. Zona crítica para nosotros, si somos alcistas en Nvidia, $118. Porque recuerden, cuando nosotros perdemos en esta, y solamente quedan 4 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela, aquí es donde se pone interesante la cosa. 4 días y 4 horas, más te vale cerrar por encima de 118. Si para el viernes cierras por debajo de 118, muy probablemente esto se cocinó y ve dónde exactamente cae la mensual, el 21 mensual, está ahorita en 92.51, pero va a subir y muy probablemente se vaya a encontrar acá. Y después del 9 vas a ir a buscar el 21 con el precio. Así que atentos con esta zona por acá, con volatilidad contrayendo ahorita. Importante tenerlo en mente. Vale, con esto ya puedo ponerles el HPDR rápidamente y podemos notar que estamos siendo rechazados en la zona media. Lo pueden ver acá. No, estábamos por encima de la zona azul, caímos a la zona azul, caímos de la media, venimos, nos rechazó la media y ahora estamos intentando aguantar el 50%, pero si no podemos aguantar esta zona en 119.12, nuestro siguiente viaje son los 107. Así que atentos con este cierre en 4 días y 4 horas. Siguiente objetivo sería el 107 y normalmente no se para el 61.88. Aquí es donde se pone loca la cosa y ni siquiera voy a decir estos objetivos, pero están bastante por abajo de $100. Mínimo, démosle algo de hopium a la gente y decir que nos va a aguantar el promedio del 34, en los 74.19, en la zona del 78.6%, en $79. Por ahora, esto se empieza a ver mal. Déjenme ver algo rápido. ¿Lo ven? El famoso doble techo. Y ahora estás creando un bajo más bajo que este. Así que atentos acá. Es la tendencia. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. No, es la de 2 meses. Felicidades, Alejandro. Eres un genio. Puta, la media y el promedio del 21 en la de 2 meses está en 70 otra vez. Ese 70 sigue apareciendo. Y de nuevo no los voy a decir. Un mes, 2 meses, 2 semanas. 2 semanas por acá, estamos en 61.8%. Pueden ver que la caída es bastante potente después de ser rechazados por la media 2 veces seguiditas. Ahora estamos cayendo al 68%. Queremos aguantar una vez más, zona de 118.45. Si no aguantamos eso, siguiente objetivo son los 105 o nuestros 99, 98 dólares por acá. Ok, importante anotarlo y tenerlo en mente. Vamos a ver si hay algo en volatilidad. Volatilidad está contrayendo una vez más y está llegando a ese punto, el 15%. Vamos a ver si nos pinta periodos de cero volatilidad o no. Pero por ahora me imagino que la semanal es la que nos va a dar la pauta, porque en la semanal tenemos un setup de jamás o Nagasaki jugándose. ¿Qué es eso? Cuando tienes volatilidad nula, esto es volatilidad del 100%, cuando la ves roja. Cuando la ves en azul es 0%, es lo contrario. Esta es extrema para arriba y esta es extrema para abajo. ¿Ok? Ahora, volatilidad es la de colores, el promedio es el blanco. Siempre y cuando estemos expandiendo por arriba del promedio, estamos expandiendo. Pero el mejor setup es cuando tienes periodos de cero volatilidad como estos. Tienes 4 semanas, o sea, un mes de cero volatilidad, con volatilidad comenzando a subir, está en 8.33%. Una vez que cruza el 15%, vamos a ver qué tipo de movimiento nos da. Si la vela que está enfrente de nosotros es verde, va a empujar y acompañar ese movimiento bastante fuerte a la alza. Si la vela enfrente de nosotros es roja, va a acompañar el movimiento fuertemente a la baja. Así que atentos a esta señal de semanal. Vámonos a los 5 días. 5 días. Y ahora estamos entrando en la zona del 61.8%, la zona verde, que nos puede llevar tranquilamente al 78.6% si es que no podemos cerrar esta vela en 4 días y 4 horas por arriba de 122. 122 dólares debería ser nuestro objetivo para cerrar esta semana. Y con eso dicho, también quiero ponerles en la de 5 días, ahí va la volatilidad en 11% a punto de darnos un setup. No vino de cero, pero bastante cerca, o sea, estuvo en 3% de volatilidad, que fue básicamente el último setup que nos dio también Nvidia. Ok. 2 días, qué estúpido. Esta es una vela envolvente bajista. Se las enseño rápido para que lo puedan ver. Esto de aquí para acá, te estás llevando 1, 2, 3, 4 velas de 2 días, o sea, 8 días enteritos. También esta ya no. Toda esta zona te la llevaste para acá. Y puedes ver que estamos justamente en nuestro promedio del 100, en los 119, 119.46. Tenemos nuestro promedio del SMA 200 aquí abajo y ahora atentos, porque esta volatilidad está expandiendo en esta caída, tío. Y esta volatilidad en la de 2 días apenas está en 47%. Eso quiere decir que podría tener más camino para empujarnos a la baja. Vamos a ver esto. El HPDR nos dice otra cosa. El HPDR nos dice que este movimiento ya está casi, puede irse al 95%. ¿Dónde lo hemos encontrado? Acá, ese es el 95%. Es el 88.3%. O sea, no le da a Nvidia pena de ir a visitar el 95% y está en 109. Definitivamente hoy queremos cerrar por encima de los 119.46, que es donde está nuestro promedio del 100. Poder aguantar justamente donde estás. Tienes 3 horas y 28 minutos para poder aguantar y tener un cierre acá si somos alcistas. En la de harina, en la diaria se pone peor, un poco peor la cosa. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo en este momento con esta caída tan brutal. No nada más eso. La volatilidad la tienes apoyando y la puedes ver. Este movimiento, estamos justamente en la zona amarilla entre el 78 y el 88%. Si no podemos cerrar esta vela por encima del SMA 200 en 121, 122 suena como la zona más importante para el precio de Nvidia. Vamos a probablemente consolidar por acá, que sería el peor escenario para todos. Porque ¿qué es lo que tienes cuando tienes este tipo de acción y consolidación? Esto es una bandera bajista. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? Da continuación. Y lo que pasaría si empezamos a tener cierres diarios por esta zona y consolidación diaria, todas estas bandas van a bajar y van a permitir que el movimiento no esté sobreextendido y van a dejar que podamos continuar bajando. Así que si somos alcistas en Nvidia, vamos a checar importantemente nuestra tabla mensual. Queremos aguantar nuestro promedio del 9 en los 118 para este cierre, para este fin de semana. Y estos días nos gustaría empezar a ver cierres de 122. 122 es la idea, poder aguantar por encima de los 122. Porque de no poder cerrar por encima de 122, vas a empezar a buscar esta zona y ahí es donde todo empieza a verse mal para Nvidia. Podríamos tranquilamente, en lo que estamos viendo esto, podríamos tranquilamente consolidar acá esta bandera bajista, venir a retestear donde están todos los promedios y dar continuación a nuestra caída si es que no sea más rápido. Otra cosa que también no me gusta es esto. Tienes todos tus promedios encima de los otros, juntitos en este bajón. Y si ponemos atención, vemos la línea morada es nuestro promedio del 200, ¿ok? SMI 200. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que lo tocamos? Acá, en el 2023, en enero fue cuando lo retomamos, pero ¿cuándo lo perdimos? En abril del 2022. Esto oficialmente, cuando se perdió el SMI 200 en Nvidia, empezó el mercado bajista oficial en todo, ¿ok? Entonces, queremos definitivamente no tener cierres por debajo de él, porque puede tener implicaciones mucho más grandes de lo que pensamos. Por más que quieran que sea solamente una empresa, esto podría tener implicaciones más grandes de lo que pensamos. Así que nos queremos mantener en nuestro rally, que Bitcoin se vaya a $3,000 millones y todo eso. Queremos definitivamente poder aguantar esto y tener este cierre arriba de 121.77 en 3 horas y 25 minutos. Atentos de perder esta zona y empezar a ver cierres. Me parece que la del 2 días es el promedio del 100. Debería de. Correcto. En perder esto, tu promedio de los 200 en la de 2 días, no va a pintar bien para nadie, sobre todo para mucha gente que está invertida en esta madre. Y también criptos y todo eso está correlacionado todo, señores. El Nasdaq, que es el compósito que también tiene estas empresas y otras de tecnología, básicamente Bitcoin es un 3X del Nasdaq, ¿no? Por eso nos gusta tradear Bitcoin, porque tiene 3 veces la volatilidad del Nasdaq. El Nasdaq baja 2%, Bitcoin baja 6%. El Nasdaq sube 2%, Bitcoin sube 6%. Es lo que nos gusta a los degenerados. Así que atentos con Nvidia, atentos. Podemos aguantar por acá. Mandamos un long para todos ustedes con la invalidación para los miembros de la academia, para que lo tengan ahí en mente, presente, vayan a checarlo y a ver si les gusta la idea de la posición. Pero ahí está. Vale. Con eso dicho y hecho, what do we have? Mr. Garlic Bread?
Yes, indeed. Time for some garlic bread.
Time for some garlic bread.
I'll take my garlic bread. I'll take my garlic bread with frijoles and pico de gallo on top.
Oh, that's a mollete, son.
Molletes. Yep.
That sounds delicious.
Those things are fucking awesome.
Oh, they're one of my favorite foods.
Throw a little tocino on there, you know?
Yeah.
Some chorizo.
I like that you're a Mexican now.
Full-blooded Mexican.
Clearly, you got a blood transfusion or something.
Tapatio flows through my veins. Or no, Valentina.
Exactly. We don't fuck with Tapatio in Mexico.
Valentina. So this weekly is getting basically the idea playing out from the last time we looked at XRP, where we're forming a shooting star candle and looking for a retest basically of this 5 EMA. Went a little bit below the 5 EMA, but that's okay since we're now bouncing off of it and bouncing off the top 38.2%. 5 EMA sitting at $2.76. The bottom of this candle is about $2.65. Also, we've swept our previous low of $2.80 off of that dump whenever we had when was it? When Trump didn't say anything about crypto and Bitcoin nuked and the whole market nuked. Swept that low too, went all the way down to $2.65. As of right now, we're still holding this 38.2%. And if we're continue to hold that, what's likely is that these ranges will step up, and then momentum currently already is flipping back to the upside. We'll enter into the bullish control zone. Volatility is flipped up to support that. And now the jewel is curving back around too, right where it needs, right at this pink. Starting to shift to a white neutral, and then as long as you hold a 38.2, this is going to switch to a light blue buy and enter into the critical zone. The last time we were in the critical zone, I'm pretty sure it was never. Let me just make sure. No, it was only one time in 2014, and that was at the literal top where we entered into the critical zone. Let's draw a vertical line and show. Oops. Literally the absolute top when it entered into the critical zone. That was at about 2.5 cents. The absolute top of the cycle was 2.5 cents. Even if you bought the tippy top of this wick, you'd be up, what is that, 100x? 300x? That's not percent, that's X's. So that's the only other time that we've been in the bullish control zone. But this time around, like last time, the difference was that it was a deviation of the bullish control zone. It just popped in there and then popped back out. What makes that less likely this time is that we have a rejection of the bullish control zone. So the first time we rejected it, the next time we very likely stay in there for a good couple of periods. And that would probably send us to our slightly ridiculous target of $6, which is what I have right here on the fib extensions, where we have several closes over this level, which takes us to the 161.8%, and that's around $6.38. Also, it would be that target of that pattern that was right around $6.40. And the only reason I'm mentioning a pattern is because it fits my bias.
Smart man.
Smartest. On the 60, I'm a stable genius. We're over the 61.8% right now on the quarterly, which is at $2.34. And as long as we keep closing over that level, we should be going to the 78.6, which this number is going to come down a lot. I'm not saying that we're going to this number. Gotta preface that so nobody will clip me. That number is sitting here right now, currently $21.32. Likely comes down significantly because this time over here it came down by about how much percent? It dropped by 63%. So if we were to drop this 63%, just for a little calculation, this would be about $7 to $6, right at the level that we're looking for. Because if this drops to 78.6, all the way down to where this 161.8% is, maybe a little bit higher, that would give us even more confluence of this being a very, very significant top area. Because if we have a statistical probability with how many closes we have over this 134 level that we do hit this $6.38 number, but I'm not going to tell you whether this is going to be we're going to get any continuation from there or not. My personal guess is that if we do hit this number, it'll be the top. I don't think we're going to go anywhere higher than that. Even seeing it at $6 would be absolutely insane. But that's when the real calls for $21 are going to come out, and don't think that's going to happen because $21 XRP is like 10x from here. That's like a $4.5 trillion market cap to $5 trillion. I just can't see that happening, even if it becomes the future of France. What's France's GDP? Is it what, 5 trillion? Probably less than $5 trillion.
I don't.
Is this thing going to have a bigger?
Don't know.
Is it going to have a bigger GDP than France? Probably not. 2.94 trillion is the GDP of France. It would be close to double the GDP of France if it actually went to $21. That's actually less than I thought it would be. Those French can croissant themselves.
They always do.
On the quarterly, momentum is flipped back up into the bullish control zone. Volatility is supporting it. It's all just a very bullish setup. The last time that we had this type of setup was back in 2017 before we did a 1000x. That's X, not percent. 6 months is giving us the same exact setup as we got back in 2017, where momentum and volatility are both shifted up. Last time we had that was in 2017. Well, my personal bias is that XRP is like doing a different cycle than like Bitcoin. 2017 it performed, 2021 it didn't, 2024 it performed. So what I'm thinking is with Ethereum, this is going to be the year where XRP is 2021, where it doesn't quite hit its all-time highs, and then the next cycle it just blasts through its all-time highs. That's what I think Ethereum might do.
Yeah, that's what we were saying last time, that it feels like some altcoins have rather than a 4-year cycle, it's kind of like an 8-year cycle for them.
Yeah. And then they absolutely explode to the upside.
Yeah.
Like XRP is kind of giving signals of $6. And from our low of 30 cents, that's 20x.
Damn.
And that's it's in about 2 years, or 20x in 2 years. And XRP is not what's a shitcoin, but it's not a dog shitcoin. So you can actually comfortably put large amounts into it. Imagine putting in 100K into XRP at 30 cents. 60 cents, you got $2 million. I mean $6, my bad, not 60 cents. On the monthly, momentum is now flipping back up after being down. Volatility is now expanding. Jewel's just at the edge of entering into the bullish control zone. One concerning thing is that we're very close to this 88.3%. So if we do get a monthly close below this 88.3% at $2.80, you're likely to get a more extended pullback while these ranges step up and this 21 EMA steps up, probably somewhere around low $2. That's just a guess at this point, to guess where they would step up to. I'm guessing this 5 EMA would be right around this candle close, and this candle's open around like $2.10. But if we close over this 88.3% at 280, volatility is going to continue expanding. We're going to probably top out on that move though, because volatility is already at 89%. Likely go somewhere towards 95%, 97, 95%, which is going to step down significantly. Right now it's at $14. What I'd like to see is it come down to somewhere around $6 because that fits my bias. But I think somewhere around $4 is going to be a local top, like at least for maybe, this is a weekly candle, maybe at least a monthly candle, maybe at least like a week or two, maybe 3 weeks max, around $4. And then from $4, I think it's going to go straight through $5 to $6, assuming we even get over $4 or even to $4. I'm going to throw in all of the asterisks to protect myself.
I can tell.
2 week is getting pretty extreme on momentum and volatility, sitting at 93.8%. Looking like we're getting very close to a local top before some sideways consolidation or maybe a pullback. The jewel is now very close to entering into the critical zone. This was a fucking epic jewel signal right here. Just for curiosity to see what happened from price at that point. Mm-hmm. 500%, not bad. What goes along with the idea that we'd likely pull back soon is that on the 2 week, we were tapping the 95% twice and rejecting it both times. And now the 2 week candle is making somewhat of like it's kind of a doji right now, but it's signaling indecision after this entire massive move to the upside. What you don't want to see is indecision after a massive pump. You want to see indecision after a dump. Since we're getting that after a huge pump, likely we get at least a reconnect with this 5 EMA. And right now that 5 EMA is sitting at about $2.52. That would be sweeping these current lows, getting right down to that mid $2 number. After we've broken our previous all-time highs, it's going to be a lot of fear in the market, thinking that 340 area is our current high and that we just did a swing failure pattern. Likely connects with this 5 EMA and uses that as a spring back to the upside. But what I would like to see during that correction to the 5 EMA is that these ranges will step up. Because as long as we're within the 95% range, all probabilities are not to the upside. Weekly is now starting to flip back up on momentum, just about to break back into the bullish control zone after breaking below it momentarily. Volatility is now flipping up, and the jewel is curving back around, right at the pink, giving us the white. That's likely shifting to the light blue on this next open, and then that takes us into the critical zone. Weekly is holding that 5 EMA and 38.2%. So if it closes red, likely we do fill this wick, retest this 38.2% and 5 EMA. It's going to be slightly higher at that point, going to be sitting at around $2.85. And then that likely what's used as a spring. If it closes green, closes over this candle's close, then we can likely go up from there. What would be ideal is if this closes red and we do get a refill of this wick, if momentum is still pointed up and volatility is still pointed up, and then the jewel shifts into buy. That would give us a lot more comfort buying that low. 5 days already shifted back into the bullish control zone. Volatility is at 71%. Could still get another swipe up from here before either one of those are topped out. And the jewel is already giving the buy signal on shifting back to light blue, very close to breaking into the critical zone. Right now, we got to reconnect with this 5 EMA, a little bit lower, all the way down to the 61.8%. Still holding the 5 EMA. And if you notice on the 5-day, every single time we've held the 5 EMA, we've just basically gone straight up. It's only when we've lost the 5 EMA have we done not even much after that. We just connected to the 9 and then moved back up from there. So if we do lose this 5 EMA at $2.88, I'd be looking for the 9, which is not that much lower at 266. But as for now, we're still holding this. So if we close this red, I'd expect one more reconnect of the 5 and then use that as a spring back towards the 78.6, probably 88.3 at that point, and that's likely going to shift down to somewhere around $4 because it fits my bias. 2 days now, but to lose the bullish control zone with volatility contracting, which is a good sign if you're bullish, to see momentum go down, reset while volatility is also resetting. We've connected all the way down to this 21 EMA. That is quite the wick. From open to wick, it's 12.2% in one daily candle. Not even daily, in a few hours. But after that massive wick, we still held the 38.2%, still held the 50%, and now we're holding the 9 EMA. That would be quite the, candle, a fuckery candle if we were to close above this 9 EMA or even close this green, because that would be a correction from the top of about 22%. Let's see what the flavor of these corrections are. %. 22%? 26%? Somewhere in the 20s.
Loves it, yeah.
So if we were to have mark our bottom right here, this would be a 22% correction, and it would be right along the line of all the other ones. And then momentum would if we, assuming we hold a 38.2%, momentum would break back into the bullish control zone with volatility supporting it. That would take us to which level? 88.3, and right now the 88.3 is at phone is 1 cent lower, $4.21. Daily is now holding the 21 EMA. I just want to see it hold this bottom 38.2%, which is at $2.95. We need to move up about another 2.5 cents in the next 6 hours. Momentum is just about to break into the bearish control zone. Volatility is flipped up. So if we do close below this 38.2 at $2.95, it's going to be a loss of the 38.2%. Last time we lost it was right about here, and then we dumped another. Let's just do it for some quick maths. 11% from there. So that would not be pretty. Let's just do the math from this point, another 11%. That would take us to about $2.50. Fits my bias. If we continue with the correction. That would be if we close below this day below 295. If we close above 295, I'd expect one more retest of that area, and that to be used as a spring back to retest these current all-time highs at 340. Fucking yay. 4 hours, not so bullish, kind of bearish. We got a fresh silver cross to the downside. We got a perfect retest of this 9 EMA rejection and a close below the 100 EMA after rejecting that as well. That would usually give us, if we, assuming we get two more candle closes below this 100 EMA, I'd have to target the 200, which is also right around that 250 to 260 number, which as well fits my bias. And it would sweep these current lows. Lots of bias confirmation for me today.
I can tell. I'm glad you're going through it. That this is what real analysts do.
Yeah. Only
on
the most
Twitter.
serious.
Yeah, of course.
I'm super serial.
I'm so serial, guys, and nobody's listening to me. I'm so serial.
Serial.
That's one of the greatest South Park episodes of all time. Member pig.
You should see later on when they actually make a man bear pig,
Oh yeah,
and
of
everyone
course.
is like, "Oh, he was right the whole time."
And then, no, and then they go, should we be concerned that Member Pig is eating everyone around me, or should I not be concerned? Should I start to worry now? And Member Pig's just fucking everyone up at the restaurant.
Were they trying to talk about climate change?
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. And also, it's a joke to the dead. The dead that the older generation, like the boomers, created just so that they can get everything they wanted. And now it's like, all right, you pay for the debt now. Now the money's completely devalued, so you're fucked. So Member Pig is also that. It's crazy. Like the level of these guys is crazy.
Yeah, they had to buy their suede couches somehow in all white,
Yeah.
which ended up going greatly out of style.
Yep.
That one, I always think of that one house from Scarface, Frank's house, when he first gets into the whatever their shit is, if they're a cartel or a mob or whatever.
I want to say a cartel, but they act like it's a mob.
No divergences on the 3-month. Hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, but I'm pretty sure it's safe to say we've played it out because we did like a 6x from there. So
Jesus. That's crazy.
2 week also has 3 drives of bullish divergence, but we did from 48 cents to $3.40. I don't know how many X's that is, but pretty sure that's played out. Weekly now has possible bearish divergence between this high and this high right here, and you would confirm that divergence by closing below $2.32. A little bit unlikely right now to happen, but on this next weekly open, divergence would be confirmed below $3.03. That's basically $2.65. I'm an idiot. You would have to confirm it below $2.65. That would give you one drive of bearish divergence on the weekly, bringing you down to at least somewhere around the 21 EMA, and that's right now at about $2 or slightly below $2. So for the bull's sake, hopefully we don't close below $2.32. But I mean, wouldn't that be kind of obvious though? You went up to $3.40, and then you're closing below 230. It's kind of a top signal.
Yeah.
How much of a correction is that, or crash?
From the top to 230.
Yeah, that's like 33% to the downside.
Yep.
Just a quick correction to zero.
Well, no, but in a way that's where support should be for the trend, right? Like in a diagonal meme line, basically.
I'm not buying until it retests that breakout level at $0.01.
Smart man. Really
5
like
day
to get the best deals.
Yep, the best deals ever. I got Persian in my blood.
Damn.
Why do you think I used to have what do you call it, the blue and gold Rolex, the Submariner, because I'm Persian.
That would explain it.
And then I lost it all on Ethereum long.
Oh, I lost it in an Ethereum long.
It's also Persian. Lost it gambling.
Yeah. You still remain true to your origins.
Gambling. Still gambling now. Right now, as we speak. 5 day has that bearish divergence possible between this high and this high. RSI made a lower high. You confirm it by closing below. It's a little bit easier on the 5 day. $2.80, and that would send you down to the 21 EMA. And right now, that's at about $2.10, $2.11. What gives you higher probability that divergence probably doesn't confirm is that the jewel is now curved back around and about to enter into the critical zone. Three-day has hidden bullish divergence confirmed as long as they're above $2.80, and the confirmation to continue on the divergence would be a close over $3.28. You get that, then you likely retest this moving average. Right now, moving average is at 335. basically right at our current all-time highs. You get over that, then you would target the critical zone. Right now, the critical zone sits at $5. We would what goes in the favor of pullback from here, though, which we're already getting, is that we're getting a double extreme on our volatility. Usually, after the double extreme is where you get your consolidation phase, and since we got extreme on the move to the upside, consolidation would likely be to sideways and down. 2-day also has bearish divergence right here. You would confirm it by closing below $2.80. Divergence confirms, it will take you to the moving average. Right now, the moving average is sitting at $2.72. Hey, fits my bias, mid twos. Daily, no. Huh. 4-hour does have possible hidden bullish divergence because we made a higher low from these lows over here. It would be a phantom drive of hidden bullish divergence. It wouldn't be as powerful as the regular ones, but it would still give us a respectable move up to this breakdown point if this does confirm. And to confirm it, we'd have to close above $2.99, basically $3. That would give us a retest of these highs around $3.40. That's on a 4-hour. That's a pretty decent sized move. That's like more than 10%. I can't do the math, so I don't know exactly how much it is. 40 cents out of 340 or $3. I have no idea. I think
40.
13.
Hang on. Out of how much? I'll tell you right now.
40 cents out of $3.
40 cents out of $3. So it would be basically 15% around.
Nice, and for a 4-hour setup, that's not bad.
Yeah,
but it is a shit coin, and shit coins like to sneeze 15%
all day.
On the 6 month on this.
Yeah, you're on Bitcoin.
I'm an idiot. I was like, hey, it looks surprisingly similar.
Looks like XRP is going to go to $120,000.
Get ready, community members, strap in.
Or strap
You're holding
on
millions of
here.
XRP. And XRP is one of those coins where they just endlessly create supply. So people were trying to originally talk about it, how make it look like a scam by saying, look, they just keep making more and more XRPs. Well, the idea of XRP is to use it as a currency, and nobody's going to use it if they didn't make more of them.
Well, all cryptocurrencies are currencies, and they all are inflationary. It's very rare to find one that's not, because it's very limiting. The supply of actual money as we use it today should not be fixed and cannot be fixed because the economy is ever growing at a fast pace, right?
Yeah. Like the only two cryptos I really actually use on a day-to-day basis is XRP and XLM because the transactions are cheap and instant.
I use Solana. Salamis are phenomenal, and I love their interface.
Yeah, but XRPs and XLM are a little bit faster. And
you are just Mr. Garlic Bread. Stop it. Stop shilling your own shit.
And the network doesn't shut down. On the 6 month, we have an absolutely laughable momentum pivot, which I'm pretty sure is going to be safe because right now it's at 44 cents. We'll point it up on momentum as long as you're above 44 cents. On the 3, if you were to double it, you'd be a white supremacist. On the 3 month, we're pointed up the volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been, and you're pointed up as long as you're above $1, and you're about to exit the bearish control zone as well. It's never ever exited the bearish control zone in its entire history. Monthly volatility expansion, along with momentum breaking into the bullish control zone, pointed up above 146. This one was $1, right? Yeah, $1, 146. 2 week is about to end its Hamas setup right now. We have volatility contraction after many periods of 0% volatility, and momentum is now about to flip down, rejecting the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below $3.10. Come on. There we go.
Oh, dude, Oklo is down 27.5%.
Are they the web hosting?
Sam Altman.
That's Origin or what, I forgot what their name is.
Oklo. They do nuclear reactors. Small ones.
What's the old one? Oh, Oracle. That one's web hosting, right?
Oracle. What they do for a living is they put their name on the Red Bull cars and win Formula One titles.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's Larry Ellison's. Huh?
Their CEO is Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
On the weekly, we're already getting that volatility contraction. So what I'd be looking for right now is that double extreme, especially since momentum is about to flip back up at maintaining the edge of the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up above $2.46. Let's see what this momentum pivot was previously, out of curiosity. Come on. Fuck.
What were you trying to cut down there?
I was trying to do the bar playback so I can erase the current candle
Oh,
and go back to what the chart was at that point.
got it.
So right then, at this point, the momentum pivot was $2.91. After this weekly candle close, when we opened the current one, the momentum pivot went to $2.46, which dropped below price action, which is
Pretty good.
Insanely bullish to see that happen. Not to only see it drop, but to see it drop significantly below price action and maintain the critical zone. If we get a flip back up within the critical zone, see if I can find a comparable example. Weekly flipping back up within the critical zone. Yeah, it's probably not going to happen. No, that one just went straight down. Nope. So we've never ever flipped back up within the critical zone. So we should expect something unprecedented, I guess. $6.38, anyone? It's my bias.
I think it fits a lot of people's bias, by the way.
All the community members are like, hell yeah, that's my guy.
Yeah. I also think the same thing, that we're just going to make more money. I'm going to start spending it, actually, before I get it.
I'm going to put it on all my credit cards. Hey, Amex says that there's no limit on my platinum card.
We're pre-rich. I love being pre-rich.
Which is such absolute bullshit, because there actually is a limit on the platinum card. It's limited to whatever your usual spending is.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you don't use it, you'll have a limit of like $2,000.
Yeah, and if you want to, because I had a black card, and the reason why I stopped having the black card is I tried to buy a Bentley, and I went to the dealership, and I was like, let's see if it's true. And they were like, sir, you need to wire the money to American Express, and then American Express makes the payment, and then you can get the car. I was like, so why don't I just wire the money directly? You fucking idiots.
Do you at least get the points, though?
Yeah.
Well, you get the points, but they also charge you more for the car because they're losing a percentage for you taking the transaction and doing it on the credit card. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. That's when I was like, all right, that in a reservation.
And the lounge is kind of shit because now they've all gone to trash because anybody can get a platinum card, and then they have the same lounge with the black card.
Anyone. Yes, it's garbage.
You just got to have $700 and they'll give you a platinum card.
Yep. If I have one, anyone can have one.
If I have one, anyone can have. On the 5-day, volatility is also declining like the weekly. Momentum is flipping once again back up at the edge of the critical zone, and it's pointed up above. Oh, it's going to turn down in 3 days and 6 hours. Interesting. The curvature kind of tells me that it might close above $2.96. But if it doesn't, then that whole idea is out of the window. It's going to be a rejection of the critical zone, and then we likely get that pullback to mid-twos. As of right now, it looks like we might, considering that the curvature is still to the upside. And we got 3 days and 6 hours to go, which is an eternity in cryptocurrency land. 2-day already got the double extreme. Now we're contracting on volatility while momentum is rejecting the critical zone and flipping back down. And we're going to be down as long as we're below $3.27. Daily is contracting as well, getting pretty close to a reset. Got that derp of death breaking out of the critical zone, pointed down as long as we're below 324. 4 hours getting volatility expansion on basically this little dump right here. We've got a silver cross to the downside. Silver cross is still playing out, and now we're forming a shooting star candle. Not nice, and losing the 5 EMA as well. Momentum is currently pointed to the upside though, as long as we're above $2.74. But as long as we're below this high of $3.026, likely the top is in my opinion, right now.
If we what?
As long as we're closing below $3.026, I think the short-term top is in.
3.02. Why?
because that's the high of this candle. It's right at the 55 EMA for this silver cross.
I see what you mean. Okay.
And 2 hour kind of confirms it with several closes below this 200 SMA, using it as resistance. Have we used this? And which has been a significant support beforehand. This 200 SMA is where we got this massive pump from $2.30 all the way up to our current all-time highs.
Oh,
As along with volatility contraction, after this move to the while we're getting this bounce to the 200, we have volatility contraction and momentum pointed up. So we're getting volatility contraction, but momentum is pointed to the upside, telling us this is likely a mean reversion move after this massive dump. Kind of looks like as long as we're below $3 and 3.026, I don't know how to say that in a number, $3 and half of 2 cents or something.
No, 3.06 would be $3.06.
No, 3.026.
What would be $3.26?
That would be 3.26.
So isn't that what you said? Hang on a second.
I said 3.026.
Oh, well, it's literally $3.02, and then you're just like centing the cents, the millicents.
As long as we're below that number, that's what I'll say. As long as we're below that number, we're probably going to continue downwards. And the next target I'd have would be somewhere between $2.60 and $2.70. Close over this 3.026 number, and then we're likely to go back up and retest our current highs of $3.40.
Gotcha.
I hate all these decimal points. That's why I hate looking at ETH BTC and Sol BTC and all those.
Oh my god. Oh my god. It's my favorite, my absolute fucking nightmare. Yeah. I hate it with a passion.
People
So
can
what
like
you're
put those.
Alex goes, just the area that's the 0, 0. Yeah, 26.
There you
Crown
go.
doesn't
Yeah.
say the zeros. Crown will just use the number and say that many million satoshis.
Yeah, I mean, fuck that. It's too complicated for my little brain to be able to do that. We got XRP. Alex, you're doing Coinbase. 1 second.
Little shit rats looking all cute, sleeping in my legs.
Oh,
Makes up for whenever he bit into my knee yesterday.
did he?
Yep, he jumped on me, dug his claws into my leg to hold on, and bit into my knee.
What a good boy.
Buddy plays so rough.
I know. Roblox, sir, for you.
All right, sounds good.
All righty. Estamos viendo XRP, la moneda del futuro, la que va a reemplazar a todo el dólar y a todas las demás monedas. XRP en este momento está cotizando en $2.92. Bien, eso dicho y hecho, vamos rápido a nuestra rápida versión de ver esto. Sabemos muy bien que XRP en la tabla de 6 meses está alcista de a madre. Estamos muy por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 21. Tenemos el cierre previo más grande de toda la historia y ahora estamos creando este. Este sería un nuevo cierre que le ganaría a todos. Ahora, quiero que noten algo acá. Esta vela roja, en algún punto de su historia, se veía como esta. Y lo único que pasó fue que cerró abajo de 50 centavos. Esta vela se vería idéntica si cierra abajo de 50 centavos. Solamente algo divertido que quiero que sepan, tengan en mente. Y la razón por qué es porque para que esta vela cierre todavía faltan 5 meses y 4 días. Y como ustedes saben, eso en cripto es literalmente una eternidad. Ok, dicho eso, vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad continúa expandiendo en este momento de la lectura más baja que hemos visto en esta tabla de 6 meses y lo sigue siendo. Y lo sigue haciendo sobre estas líneas verdes, estas velas verdes, lo que nos da bastante buena idea de que esto probablemente podría continuar la fiesta. Nos vamos a la de 3 meses, rápido la trimestral. En la trimestral también un poco de lo mismo. Teníamos el cierre más grande que hemos visto en toda la historia. Ahora nos faltan 2 meses y 5 para poder llegar a esta. Para cerrar esta vela, pero tenemos un nuevo máximo histórico comparado con el pasado en $3.04, comparado con antes justamente en los 3.3 y estamos creando bajos más altos y la estructura es perfectamente deliciosa alcista en esta temporalidad. Puedes ver también que nuestra volatilidad viene de el punto más bajo que ha estado en toda la historia y va para arriba y continúa en picada hacia arriba en 67.39%, como un cohete de SpaceX en este momento. Ahora vamos a la mensual. Mensual, y les voy a poner el HPDR porque esta me parece que va a cerrar pronto. En la mensual tenemos, lo primero que vamos a ver es nuestra volatilidad continúa a la alza después de venir de varios periodos de cero volatilidad, bueno, de ningún periodo de cero volatilidad, pero de volatilidad bastante baja en el 8%, es la volatilidad más baja que ha visto XRP en toda su historia. La expansión, ustedes saben, nos ha llevado literalmente a estos números tan locos y estas velas verdes tan gigantescas. Y ahora vamos a acercarnos para poder analizar bien el precio XRP en la mensual y ver qué es lo que está pasando. En la mensual tienes 4 días y 6 horas para poder cerrar encima del 2.8. Si no cierras por encima de 2.8 dolaritos, esto probablemente se vuelve un rechazo y esta vela en realidad se vuelve el chiste que les conté. Entonces, queremos que en 4 días y 6 horas poner bastante atención, poder cerrar por encima del 2.8. Eso nos dejaría un objetivo, y ya saben, aquí tienes el objetivo tan estúpidamente ridículo en los $14. Eso no lo va a hacer. Este es una tabla mensual. Nada más quería enseñarles eso. También tienes una vela topera que es invalidada con cualquier cierre por encima de los 2.9 también. Así que un cierre de estos trimestral por encima, mensual, perdón, por encima del 2.9 sería muy positivo para el precio de XRP. Eso dicho, nos vamos acercando un poco más, ponemos la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas te empieza a dar una idea de qué es lo que estamos viviendo en este momento. Déjame corrijo eso. ¿Por qué? Porque claramente estamos ya en el 95%, nos ha rechazado 2 veces y ahora venimos para abajo. Si nos rechaza este 95% que está en máximos históricos, básicamente, tenemos una alta probabilidad de venir a darnos una vuelta en el 2.1. El 2.1 no dice que todo este rally se fue al chorizo, pero nos diría que tal vez topamos localmente, tal vez topamos localmente por acá. Es lo que estamos viendo en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas también vimos que nuestro setup de mega jamás ya se acabó y estamos ahora dándonos la vuelta y volatilidad está contrayendo por debajo del promedio. No hay duda alguna de ello. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal venimos de toda esta alta volatilidad y de nuevo también continúa contrayendo. En lo que en la semanal no estamos todavía tan acabados como estábamos en la otra. Lo que estamos buscando en la semanal es simplemente poder aguantar los 2.8. Si podemos aguantar la zona acá, este cierre en 6 días y 6 horas por encima del 2.8, vamos a tener buena probabilidad de ir a buscar este 3.8 y de ahí nuestro 61.8%, casi un alto histórico de nuevo. De perder esta zona en los 2.8, atento, tu siguiente parada esperas que no sea abajo de los 2.6. Abajo de los 2.6 vas a ir a la media y al 9. Estas están en 2.4 y 2.3. Pero hay una alta probabilidad de romperlas y que no te aguanten. Esto, hasta aquí, no me preocuparía yo si llegamos acá y el precio de XRP hace esto y después continúa, porque simplemente estás creando bajos más altos. Pero la estructura se daña ya por esta zona de aquí abajo, el 50% a la baja. Pero estamos muy lejos por eso, de ahí, y entonces no, ni siquiera los voy a someter a ese castigo. En este momento estamos también en la de 5 días, pueden ver, venimos siendo rechazados del 78.6% y aquí estamos. Nos gustaría poder aguantar acá en la de 5 días porque es donde está nuestro promedio del 9, los 2.6. De perder los 2.6, muy probablemente iríamos a la parte alta de la zona azul en 2.2. Y aquí es donde ya se pone crítica la cosa, ¿no? Perdiendo estos 2.2, ya empiezas a ver números que invalidan esta estructura. Así que ahí estás teniendo una por una de tus advertencias. La de 3 días. 3 días en XRP. Estamos justamente intentando aguantar nuestro 61.8%. Si podemos tener un cierre en 5 horas y 43 minutos arriba de los 2.92. Si podemos cerrar por encima de esto, bien, eso nos daría optimismo de que podríamos ir a lograr un nuevo alto histórico. Esta vez la cierra en 5 horas y 43 minutos. De no hacerlo, Vamos a ir a la parte baja de la zona azul, a la parte alta de la zona azul, en el 2.6, 2.61. Y ahí es donde empieza a complicarse un poco la cosa para todos los miembros de la comunidad de XRP. Ahora pueden ver que nos venimos a apoyar deliciosamente en el 21 y también en la media, en la tabla de 2 días. Rebotamos con fuerza por encima del 50% y justamente estamos ahí. Queremos aguantar donde estamos, por ahí de donde está el promedio del 9, en los 2.9. Esta vez la va a cerrar en un día y 6 horas. Así que todavía le falta. Importante no perder la zona de los 2.9. La de harina. La de harina estamos siendo ya rechazados por la media. Como lo pueden ver, estamos siendo rechazados por el 9 y por la media, aunque también usamos el 34 y el 21 para poder impulsarnos una vez más a la parte alta del 31% de la zona azul, ser rechazados, y ahora estamos aquí justamente. Nos gustaría aguantar y tener un cierre arriba de los $2.94 para poder empezar una vez más, empezar a pensar que podemos ir a ver la media del canal y después la parte alta de la zona azul, pero por ahora el primer trabajo va a ser poder retomar la zona de los 2.95. Una vez tomada, ya podemos empezar a poner otros objetivos y sigo picando estas cosas por acá. Ok, eso dicho y hecho, también en volatilidad tenemos nada, se está contrayendo. Los voy a llevar a la de 2 horas rápido para que vean esto. En la de 2 horas aquí tenemos ya algo que es un poco problemático y la razón por qué es por esto. Porque hemos perdido el S&P 200, que es la línea morada. Tenemos todos nuestros promedios acá bonchados y estás cayendo. Ya veniste a retestear esto y ya te rechazó. Ok, importante tenerlo en mente. ¿Por qué? Porque esta zona no la hemos perdido desde el 18 de diciembre con el S&P 200. Es importante porque una vez que caes por debajo, toma tiempo poder recuperarlo. Entonces, queremos definitivamente treparnos por encima de eso. Voy a ir a la de 1 hora rápido a ver si existe algo más. Y es un poco de lo mismo, aunque estamos ahora intentando formar estructura alcista. Parece que encontramos un fondillo por acá. Y simplemente vamos a querer pasar al 9 y al 21 porque tienes un cruce plateado a la baja y quieres ir a retestearlo. Así que siguiente objetivo probablemente los 3. Y ya, básicamente, para que vean XRP, queremos cerrar por encima del promedio el 21 el día de hoy. Queremos no volver a regresar al 34, pero el peor escenario, la zona de máxima oportunidad antes de decir que todo valió, sería esta línea meme en los 2.2. Y es lo que esperaríamos que pase si es que llega a ser el peor escenario. Ahora, el peor escenario alcista. El peor escenario ya bajista es simplemente deshacerte de esto y perder el promedio del 100. Una vez que hagas eso, este rally completamente se va al chorizo porque invalidas toda esta estructura alcista y tienes que crear un nuevo bajo más bajo y ahora a ver cuándo puedes crear un alto más alto. Así que ahí está XRP para todos ustedes, damas y caballeros. Pongan atención justamente donde están ahorita en la diaria, en ese promedio el 21 y el 9, a ver si podemos subir por encima del 21. Aguantar encima del 21, tener ese cierre y también retomar el 9 es lo que nos interesa. Vamos con Coinbase, damas y caballeros.
Nice.
Sir, bring it on.
This is BTCD. Let me go back.
It's not a proper Coinbase analysis without first mentioning Brian is bold.
Brian is bold. Very bold.
This is true. What you're saying is not a lie. So that's interesting.
I've never once lied in my life.
Except this time. In that one. In that one. In that one. In that one.
And that time. No, I'm just kidding. So Coinbase to me, you know, it's funny because like an hour or I guess like 30 minutes ago, it was like at 274. You know, I was hoping that we were going to get the pullback to 265. It's already happened while on stream. So to me, I'm looking at this as like a range. You know, it makes sense. We'd want these highs here to act as support in very layman terms. It's just until proven otherwise a range. So now we're at the bottom of the range. 265 is a very key spot for Coinbase. Going to want to see that hold. You see into basically yesterday we had a nice shooting star, fell back right into the range, a nice deviation as well. And then that essentially led us down. You would have already been expecting that though on that candle. That was not a good candle that we had yesterday. And it popping back into this range, you know, is concerning. So now what we see is we are at that 265 range, bottom of the range. So you're going to want that to hold. Why? It's because if we throw in the HBDR now, you can see the median is right around that zone. So ideally now bulls are going to solidify this as support. We don't need to immediately bounce from here. As long as we hold this, this should act as, or we should assume that it is support because of what occurred in like the middle of January. We broke out and reclaimed this level and then came back and actually tested as support before going up. But even on the 3-day, you can see we didn't really break out of this range. And so now we're going to the bottom of it. Losing this 265 would be bad though, because that means we're now losing the range. I mean, this then would put us in a whole other range where the bottom of the support is at 227, totally in Coinbase's characteristic. You know, it loves the range, and then you can see in this range it kept rejecting solidly the 266, 269 level until it ultimately led to a breakdown. Now what we see is, yes, we had that rally up. Resistance still acted as resistance, and that's why we talked about 300 being important for Coinbase to reclaim. You know, that was kind of the pre-stages for my criteria to at least say, okay, this is breaking out, but that didn't happen. So to me now, I really do want to see that median hold that is at $263.78. My support is now at 265 flat, so you're going to just want to see that hold. If that can hold, then I'll actually start looking at this as just a nice retest of support before potentially going up. We see here volatility did give us a setup, and it actually started to expand when we started to actually move up. Now we're getting that bearish momentum. To me, I'm still going to be on the camp that Coinbase is bullish, considering the fact that I'm on the camp right now that Bitcoin's bullish, but also the fact that the 3-day median is still we're above it. And we haven't really tested it since we were above it. So this would now be like, I'm counting this as like the retest, while also just retesting support in kind of a range here. You know, so while everyone gets bearish and, you know, the crypto bubble and AI bubble's done and everyone's shorting, you know, Bitcoin and Coinbase and Nvidia, I'm looking at all of these assets going to major support zones. And so Coinbase, you know, is now there. So we'll have to really gauge and see it as 265 hold or not. Going to the weekly, we see here, not a good weekly candle. You know, this weekly candle here, again, just wasn't good because bulls didn't get the reclaim. And that's why, you know, getting those reclaims are important, especially holding them. You know, I'm always cautious whenever you make an epic rally up, you go really past the level you're watching, and then only before close to come almost to it, but didn't close above it. And then that often at least leads to some bearish momentum. Now we see even the weekly median has come really nicely down. Now it's at that $300 mark. So again, just solidifying this range here. The weekly 38.2% right there around 264, 265. We also see that median is right at $300. The 300 psychological number is pretty important for Coinbase. You know, when we're above it and we're holding, that's obviously bullish, and when we're below it, it's generally bearish, and we don't have too much data working with that zone. But for what we have, again, just above it's good and below it's bad. And so now we see that, and it's also a psychological point for the chart, right at a nice round number at 300. You're going to want to start seeing that get reclaimed. So ideally now into Coinbase, we got the pullback into the beginning of this week. You know, Coinbase can obviously go down more than Bitcoin. We saw that, especially when you gauge the monthly here. Unlike something Bitcoin's never done, you can see that Coinbase for a short period did lose the monthly 9. So it is weaker than Bitcoin, and it moves more dramatically to the downside. But for now, I mean, I'm watching this zone hold on Coinbase. I'm going to want to start seeing this actually move up, you know, or get some kind of reaction here soon, or we're going to really run the risk of this actually being some kind of breakdown, bigger breakdown than what a lot of people are talking about. We see here that on the weekly, we're now really contracting volatility. And that's why I say, even on the chop, when you're in a market that chops and it's just kind of slowly moving down, you know, that generally can be good for markets. And that's often when people kind of sign out, because that's when we start resetting the big, you know, when we start getting volatility moves, and without volatility, you don't move. And so now we see that this is almost at a point where it's giving us a setup possibly into next week. This could be below 15%. And so we'll really have to gauge and see, does 265 hold? If it does not hold, then it's really going to solidify that, yeah, we're breaking down now, we're losing support. We're also rejecting that weekly median. And then to me, the next target has to be testing this low here. And we talked about this low on Coinbase. this kind of needs to hold here. If this low that was formed on, the beginning of January, and that's at $240 doesn't hold, you're now losing that weekly EMA 34 on Coinbase. We throw the rainbow chart off. You can just see here, losing that weekly EMA 34 just is not good for Coinbase. You can see here, when we officially lost it, we just went straight to that EMA 100. And then that's where we actually found the bottom. So if we end up going to this zone and taking out this wick low, it's probably a lot of stops there from longs. And, this was a pretty epic bounce. Went up over 14% from the low here. We end up coming back down and losing this, $240 level. I do think then, closer to 210, if not a little lower around 200 could be the next target for Coinbase, which has implications for crypto and, just Nvidia and things like that. Gonna want to start seeing this get a bounce soon. You even see here the 2-week really, easily busted on through, reclaimed the 2-week 9, came through here, bounced on that 2-week EMA 9 really nicely. Now we're all the way back to it. You see, you put in a 2-week hammerhead. So ideally, you're not going to want to break this low here, which is sitting around that $240 mark. If you start breaking and invalidating this hammerhead on the 2-week, it's not going to look the best. And then it's just going to solidify why I do think eventually we're going to come around that $200, maybe $210 mark over time. You can see here, if we start losing that 2-week EMA 9, that solely has been support, would invalidate this hammerhead, and then you'd be testing, closer to the bottom of this support channel. We'll have to really see if that EMA 21 holds, but again, there's a lot of things pointing to why 210 could be the next target, especially when we know here the weekly is giving us volatility setup. We haven't had one since, October of 2024. When it really started to expand is when we got that bottom here. And from that move, Coinbase did 131% move. We see volatility only went to 8.4%. So that was, granted, the lowest volatility read on Coinbase's weekly chart. So, it's pretty big when you get a weekly setup here. Now that I'm zooming out, there's no more data here. Yeah, you don't really get weekly volatility setups often. We see, this one was to the upside. This one was to the upside. So the last two occurrences were upside moves. We'll have to see. It's not always going to be like that. If this one will be to the upside or to the downside, we won't know because volatility is direction neutral, but it's just up to us as traders to really decipher this. So